and invites all our participants to contribute their views and highlight the barriers to innovation. I'm Siobhan Benita. I'm a former senior civil servant and now a government commentator and facilitator, and I'll be helping steer us through today's proceedings. You join us today for a series of engaging sessions built around short presentations on innovations delivered by leading civil servants from around the UK and abroad, as well as a series of panel debates on key topics in innovation and a number of breakout sessions. The panel debates will bring together the chairs of yesterday's workshops, along with other relevant figures. Speakers will feed in their key findings from the workshops before exploring, both in a chaired debate and in response to questions from the audience, so you can participate and send in your questions, how civil servants from all disciplines and from all departments can best promote and foster innovation. Innovation 2020 would not be possible without our wonderful knowledge partners, so EY, Google Cloud, Workday, and Huawei. And for the second year, EY is our headline knowledge partner, and we are very grateful for their continued support. We know that innovation in government is as important to them as it is to us. So the first thing I'd like to do today is to introduce EY's Global Government and Infrastructure Leader, George Atala, for his reflections on innovation. George, over to you. I know it's an early start for you today.
Thank you, Shiv. It is either very early or very late, depending on where you live. So good morning, for me at least, everyone. My name is George Atala. I am EY's Global Leader for Government and Public Sector. I am speaking with you today from Washington, DC. These are really exciting times. Exciting, different, challenging. We've been going through the pandemic for several months. Many of us are in lockdown today. There are some signals of hope of a vaccine coming soon, so I hope we'll be able to go back to normal. This particular event used to be held in, was really exciting to meet you, to see you, to speak, to discuss, to network. We've had to move to a virtual format this year, and it has given us the opportunity to continue our dialogue, and the dialogue, as you know, is around government innovation, which is something that's near and dear to my heart. As EY's Global Leader for Government and Public Sector, I work with thousands of professionals around the world. We are currently working in over 85 countries, working hand in hand with government clients, implementing innovation, implementing change, and seeing the power of transformation on how governments serve their citizens, respond to their citizens, and address challenges such as the one that we're currently going through. As I indicated when I started, these are challenging times for many of our government clients. But again, I've seen glimmers of hope. One of the basic glimmers of hope is the pace of change. So let me break this down into two parts. We've always had the belief that things were changing, that technology was accelerating change in government, but that the level of innovation was naturally limited in government because of the many obstacles that governments have to face, whether it's public tenders, people management, change management. There were many obstacles that they had to deal with. And I am so proud at how quickly many governments have been able to respond to the challenge of the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, it was more about business transformation. With the pandemic, the focus has changed on protecting lives and livelihoods during the crisis, but it's also forced many governments to accelerate the pace of transformation. There was also a key learning in all of this. Governments that had set the right technology foundation, that had invested in innovation, were better equipped to deal with the pandemic. Not only deal with the pandemic, but also were able to respond more quickly to their citizens' needs. As I've indicated, I'm really very proud with the transformations that we've seen. We've seen civil servants maintaining the continuity of vital public services while working remotely. We've seen patients routinely using video conferencing for medical appointments. We're seeing children like my own, which is a good thing, but could also be a bad thing depending on how feisty your kids are. Certainly mine are. But they've been learning from home without any interruption during this pandemic, and technology, of course, and the ability of public schools to respond to this pandemic has been quite impressive. But there are, of course, downsides to all of this. There are governments and there are people who are on the wrong side of the digital divide, and they risk being left behind. But let's not let this happen. I think we all have to work together to meet the challenges and respond not just to the pandemic, but also be ready to what happens after the pandemic. At EY, we've played our part. As I said, I'm really excited about the role that our teams have played this year. We've helped get personal protective equipment to those who are caring for people with COVID-19. We've developed health and safety guidelines that enabled industries to open and economies to keep moving. We've worked with many of our technology partners to be able to put in place the right solutions that allow governments to respond to the pandemic. We all know that the crisis is not over. Unfortunately, we have more to go through. But the long-term challenge of broader economic and social reconstruction is ahead for us. We can all help in our way when we come together. Events like these are really exciting for me, because one of the more pleasing parts of my own job is because we are working in so many countries, because I speak with many of our EY partners and colleagues every day. I get to see and I get to hear what's going on in many parts of the world. I see the best practice being executed and enacted. And I think events like these bring us all together and give us a forum to discuss what's going on and to see what is the best practice, what has worked, what hasn't worked. And events like these, I know when I attend them, I always come back with a ton of new ideas and things that I'd like to share and take to my own clients and see implemented elsewhere. So, as I mentioned, I would have liked for us all to be in person together. We're not. This is a virtual forum. The one upside to all of this is we've had this year more participation than ever before because a lot of people are joining. I do encourage you to participate, to share, to discuss, use the chat, connect with the speakers. Hopefully there'll be opportunities also to connect with each other. I look forward to the sessions that are coming ahead. It is again, I will wrap up with just a few words. It's hard to overstate the scale of the shock that COVID-19 has given all of us, all of our economies, all of our personal lives. We've in just a few months, we've changed our expectations, our behaviors, our travel plans. We've changed the way we work, we play, we shop, we interact. Working from home, as you see me today, I'm in my home office, has become the norm for many of us. But there are some lessons, and I think the lesson that I always keep in mind is this going to be a door hinge? So think of it as a visual, a door hinge that's opening new opportunities for us, or is this going to be just a mid-air turbulent moment where for a little bit and then we'll go back to normal? I personally see that this is going to be a door hinge. I think this is going to, in spite of all the tragedy that we've lived through over the last few months, I think there are also opportunities for us to open new avenues for transformation, for innovation, to work together. So with this, I thank you for attending. I look forward to speaking with you again. And Siobhan, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thanks so much, George. What a brilliant introduction there. I think a couple of things that stand out. I think the civil servants who are attending here today will really like the fact that you recognise the tremendous work that they've done in keeping public services going throughout this crisis. But also just, I think that's really important context for today's sessions, the idea that governments have had to respond, that a lot of governments have shown that they can accelerate their transformation. They've done things that people maybe didn't think were possible before. But also as we go forward, as you mentioned there, George, that sense that we need to make sure that everybody is brought along on that journey, that people don't get left behind in a different kind of future. So really good. Thanks, George, for setting the scene for today. And as you said there, the rest of the day is about that sharing great practice. It's about learning in the panels from how other professions do things and what some of those barriers are and how maybe civil servants and other people can work together to remove some of those barriers so that we have a more inventive, agile and responsive civil services across the world. So we're going to shortly begin with our first panel of the day, the Connected Citizen. That's going to commence at 9:30, our time here in London. So if you have a couple of minutes before 9:30 to go and grab a coffee, maybe, please do so now, get yourself comfortable, and then go back on your timeline and log into the Connected Citizen session. And I'm looking forward to facilitating a lot of the panels later today. I think there's going to be loads of discussion, lots of relevant contact, and hopefully we'll come out with some great new practical ideas, as George mentioned, that we can take away with us. I look forward to seeing you all very shortly.
I'm alive, guys. George, you're live.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our session, How do you plug into the connected citizen? My name is George Atala. I am EY's Global Government and Public Sector Leader. I am based in Washington, where it's really early morning, but this is the power of the virtual world. We're all coming together from all over the world to discuss this very important topic. In the year 2000, 5% of the world's population was connected to the internet. By the end of this decade, that figure is set to rise to 90%. This is just a dramatic transformation. I don't think we've ever seen something take hold and become so prevalent everywhere, from online learning, telemedicine, to home working like many of us are doing today, including myself, to keeping in touch with family and friends. We are experiencing the just tremendous value of connectivity. And this trend has accelerated over the last few years. And it has allowed us and has allowed many governments to be able to maintain continuity of operations during the pandemic. Now, what does that mean? And I often ask my government clients, I ask, are we designing for the government, for the citizen of today, or are we designing for the citizen of tomorrow? Because the citizen of tomorrow will have a different set of expectations than the citizen of today. There used to be, if some of you may have seen, and perhaps I'm dating myself, there used to be an old commercial that General Motors used to run for one of their car lines. The car line was Oldsmobile, which now doesn't exist anymore. But the tagline of the commercial was, "This is not your father's Oldsmobile." And the idea was to project to this new generation that things have changed. They're no longer the same. This is exactly where we are at this point. Many of our governments around the world are changing to be able to better respond to the needs of their citizens. And we conduct a lot of studies. I can tell you, just watching my own daughters, for instance, who are young ladies, I can see how they react, how they interact with each other. They might be in two adjacent rooms and they might be chatting with each other or going online instead of just speaking in person, because connectivity is very much now part of their lives. And we've commissioned research to try to understand, what does that mean for the citizen of the future? And who will that citizen of the future look like? Who will it be? If you think about this new generation's expectations, they get their expectations from their online experience. They expect their government experience to be very similar to their online experience when they buy things online. They expect to be recognized by government. They expect 24/7 service. They expect a customized kind of service that recognizes who they are. This puts just a tremendous burden on technology and how technology has to adapt to be able to serve the citizen of the future, who will be more connected than ever before. If you attended the summer summit that we had in London last year, which was in person, and hopefully we'll go back to this in-person format soon. But if you attended the summer last year in London, you may recall that we previewed that idea of what will the citizen of the future look like, and how do governments prepare for that citizen? And we use our own desk research to create a series of personas, trying to understand who that citizen might look like. Since then, we've gone further. So I'm happy today that we are giving everyone a bit of a preview for the research that we've been doing. We've teamed up with a market research company, many of you I'm sure know, Ipsos Mori, to carry out a survey of citizens across 12 countries. So today, I am really excited because this is the first time when we are going to give you and share with you some of the results of that survey, with the idea that, understanding who the citizen of the future will be, what are their expectations, will allow governments to better prepare to serve that citizen. The survey, the initial analysis has been completed. We will discuss some of the findings today. Like I said, things during the pandemic have accelerated. The one, in spite of, much tragedy during this pandemic, the one thing that has in many ways surprised me is the pace of change, how governments have been able to respond, react, roll out new technologies that had not been around in the past. So I hope that this research adds to that dialogue. I hope this event will allow us to share the results and discuss what the future looks like. So I am really excited. We have a tremendous group of panelists joining us today. Arnaud Bertrand, who's the Global Consulting Leader for EY's Government and Public Sector. Julie McQueen, Lead Analyst for EY's Government and Public Sector. And Kelly Beaver, Managing Director of Ipsos Mori Public Affairs. So without further ado, Kelly, I'd like to turn it over to you to give us an overview of the research and the findings.
Thank you very much to be here and to bring this with you all. So I thought, first of all, that I would cover exactly what we did in the survey. So as George said, we spoke to people across 12 countries, 12,000 people, and we did it online. Next slide, please. And we did this research between July and September this year, so it is incredibly fresh data. And what I'll talk to you through today is what we asked them and what the key headlines are, the key trends that we saw emerging across global citizens and their perspectives. And then my colleague Julie from EY will go into more detail on the segments that have been created by the team at EY. So we also, ensuring this data is representative of the populations in each country is incredibly important. So we made sure that we both set quotas, but also then weighted at the back end on things like age, education, working status, region, and those things are incredibly important so you get a good understanding of the population as a whole. It's worth noting in some emerging markets, of course, the online population does tend to be slightly more urban, and so that is a reflection that has been borne in mind in doing the analysis. Next slide, please. So this is what we covered. We covered questions around citizens' perspective on their quality of life and on the impact of COVID. We also asked a range of questions about both their use and their attitudes towards technology and public services, and also their attitudes towards data privacy. We asked about what they think needs to be thought through for the future of public services and the provision, but really importantly, and to help with the segmentation work that Julie and the team did, it was really important to understand underlying values of those citizens. This isn't something that you can get from demographic profiling. You really need to ask detailed questions to understand the value proposition for each individual. Next slide, please. So the 7 top line emerging trends that came through in the data. Next slide, please. The first one is that it's very clear as of the September period that COVID has had an impact on citizens' concerns and also their perceptions around their quality of life. People are looking back, thinking back to before this pandemic and thinking that their quality of life was better. That is the perspective. You can see it there in the data, 7 in 10 before the pandemic were satisfied with their quality of life. It's now less than half. And when we look at this by the income groups, there's no real difference. We do see the same decline in people's perspective around their own quality of life over the last period. But it's also important to see that there are some silver linings that people have taken from this period as well. And we have got public expectations at the minute that there will be a considerable government investment in public services, but also that they see this push to online and push to digital having been accelerated. And they do perceive that there will be more use in tech in day-to-day lives post-pandemic, and also technical innovation and advancement come out top. Next slide, please. And when we speak about what the public are concerned about, you see 2 key issues really at the top. So we see healthcare and financial security across the majority of countries. Just beneath the surface of that, of course, we also see safety. And that's another important concern for the public. Those are the top tier concerns, and probably not surprising given that all eyes are definitely on health systems and also financial and job security. If you look at how this breaks down by countries where concerns are greatest for healthcare, we see it in Brazil, France, Germany, India, and Mexico, comparatively to the UK, the US, Australia, and also Malaysia, where financial security and job security is coming out highest. There are, of course, second-order effects that we saw bubbling up pre the pandemic, things like environmental concerns and also housing, education, etc. But they're definitely second-order by comparison to healthcare and financial security itself. Next slide, please. And we also have this trend around really strong support for public services globally. And looking at trustworthiness of public services and other governments, for example, national government or indeed political parties, public services do come out with a high degree of people perceiving them to be trustworthy. Of course, they are the services that the public will be coming into connection with more, and therefore they're more likely to have an affinity and to be more trusting in those services. Things like education, healthcare, and local services doing relatively well. And they are the key touch points, as I mentioned. And satisfaction with public services broadly is good, particularly, again, education, healthcare, and local services, and less good for other services like business and enterprise support, or indeed the court services, which come out at the lower end of the satisfaction scale. And when we talk about what the priorities should be for improving the public's experience of public services, we see the public saying, cost, value for money, ease of access, including online, and then speed and timing coming out top. And when it's around quality of public services and what can be done to improve that, they do want a role in shaping it. That comes out quite strongly. But they also say equality of provision, and that's key, and demand for more transparency. Next slide, please. Another key trend that comes through in the data at an aggregate level is really about the optimism that the public have and citizens have around the power of technology, particularly when they talk about it making things more simple. So you see just in the slide there, 51% saying that they believe that technology makes things more simple. But they also see that it will be really key. So 7 in 10 say it'd be really key for solving future problems. That optimism isn't blind optimism. The public are also aware that it will not solve all problems. And when we ask the questions around whether it has a potential to solve global inequality, country level inequality, we see that people are more fairly evenly balanced between technology will lead to greater inequality in society versus it will lead to more equal society. And in particular, baby boomers are more likely to think it will lead to greater inequality. So there's clearly some skepticism there. Next slide, please. And data privacy and talking about technology and data privacy often come fairly hand in hand. And there are concerns from the public around data sharing, and you see this in the data coming through at a global level. Only 29% believe that they were comfortable with government departments and public services sharing data about them with private sector organizations, even less comfortable with the idea of it being sold to private companies. However, it is something that the public are willing to consider if the data is being utilized in order to help support a global public or a country level public agenda, things like disease prevention and tracking, which is something certainly we see today. Next slide, please. And when we ask the public about what the priorities should be for future connected governments, we see that at the very top, it is really about making more of the services online, public services, government services online, but a very clear steer from the public as well about ensuring that more of the digitally excluded can be brought online. So there is this about equality of access, more accessibility of online services. And there is also a clear benefit coming through from the public. They perceive there to be a real role of digital services in helping support with skills, jobs, and also welfare benefits and the provision of welfare benefits and social benefits. Next slide, please. Lastly, when we ask the public about how comfortable they feel accessing certain types of digital services, we see a real mixed picture. So they're very happy to access digital services for things that are making things simple, as I mentioned earlier, or increasing transparency or giving them a role in shaping services. But they're much more hesitant and less comfortable with some things that could be considered more futuristic tech, or indeed those things that might be seen to replace human interaction. If you go back 10 years, perhaps some of the things people are comfortable with today, they would have been much less comfortable. So again, if we decide to do this research in another decade, you might see some of these more futuristic technologies are certainly things people are more comfortable with by that point. Last slide, please. And finally, just to summarise a few key points, there is strong support for public services globally. People trust public services. They want more of a say in them and demand for transparency, but also that equality of provision, which is an incredibly important thing to consider when you're looking at digital services. Secondly, people are optimistic about the power of technology. And if ever they have seen it, it has been in the last 6 months. And then thirdly, citizens do want to see more government and public services available online, and they do want to see it used for engagement of citizens more broadly. Thank you. I'll hand over to Julie now to talk you through the segments.
A great overview of the top line findings from our survey, but we also wanted to use this data to get a better understanding of the characteristics of different groups of citizens. You know, George touched on the fact that we've seen so many disruptive changes in recent years, not least technology and demographic changes, but also more recently the impact of coronavirus. And these changes have affected people in very different ways, depending on their circumstances, you know, where they live, their jobs and education, their access to and proficiency with technology, their age and their mindset. And they've created a more diverse group of citizens than we've seen before as people's lives become more complex. And I think this really lays bare the challenge that governments face, how to understand their citizens in a much more holistic way in order to meet their needs in the future. So with that in mind, I'd like to introduce you briefly to 7 different citizen personas that have emerged from our research, and also start to think about some of the questions that it raises. Next slide, please. Actually, can we go on to the next slide? Thank you, that's great. So first we have the diligent striver. So this group is younger, educated. They put a lot of importance on getting ahead in life. So they're all seeking out new opportunities and experiences, more for their own personal development than for money and success. They're satisfied with life and optimistic about the future, but they're also among the most likely to have had their lives affected by the pandemic, and they're concerned about their job security and low pay and access to good healthcare. They're experienced and confident technology users, and they overwhelmingly see it as a way to make their lives better. So it helps them to make better choices and decisions. And they'd like more public services to be available online, particularly support to help people find jobs and learn new skills or start a business. But they also want to do good. So by taking responsibility for their own actions and helping out in their community, but they're also pretty engaged. They want more transparency and accountability from government. And over half say that they'd like to have more of a say or more active involvement in how local services are run. And they're happy for governments to share their data internally if it leads to improvements in public services, but they're less trusting of private sector companies and social networking. So I guess one of the questions for government for this group is, how can they harness the energy of this group who want to make a difference and use them as a source of fresh ideas to reinvigorate the public sector? Next slide, please. And then next we have the aspirational technophiles. So this is the group that governments are struggling to keep up with. They tend to be well-educated millennials or on mid to high incomes. They've got higher life satisfaction than any other group. And they're also most likely to see positive outcomes from the pandemic, like more economic growth and more technological innovation. And this group is very motivated by financial and social success and entrepreneurialism and new opportunities that they bring. They're the most pro-technology, pro-innovation of all the groups. They're frequent users of public services, and they're pretty satisfied overall, but they'd welcome more online services and a better experience. So, you know, this group is looking for more multi-channel access and a single ID which links to their personal data. But they want government to help more people get online and use digital services so that more people can benefit as they are. And they're also more trusting of government and public services than any other group. They're very relaxed about data sharing, whether it's with government or with the private sector, and they're very comfortable embracing future technological innovation, even at the expense of human interaction. So one of the questions for government for this group is, how can they excel in providing services that match the same level of customer experience that people get already in their interactions with private sector companies? Next slide, please. And then in contrast, the next group is what we call the tech skeptics. Harder to define by age, but most are either not in work or they're in work, but they're on a lower medium income. Their satisfaction is pretty low, and they're pessimistic about the future, very concerned about the negative impact of the pandemic on their lives. They're least positive, as the name suggests, towards technology of all the groups. They're not confident users. They've got little interest even in improving their digital skills. And if anything, they think that technology is going to lead to more inequality and less community cohesion in the future. They're the least satisfied of all the segments with public services. They prefer to just keep making contact with public services over the phone, much less accepting of online service delivery. And this group is strongly against governments sharing their personal data either within government or with private companies, even if there's a clear purpose or where it might lead to improvements in services. So yeah, the question for governments with this group is, as technology becomes more prevalent in people's lives, how can they continue to meet the needs of these citizens that don't have access or confidence in using new digital tools? Next slide, please. And next, the privacy defender. So they're middle-aged or older, they're well-educated, in stable jobs, on good incomes, but their life satisfaction has fallen significantly since the pandemic. Although they're older and they're comfortably off, they're concerned about their job insecurity, inadequate pensions, and needing to work past their retirement age. And they feel that they need to learn new skills to stay relevant. They're confident technology users and they use it in many aspects of their lives, but they question its potential to level up society and actually think it could exacerbate inequalities. For example, if it's used in government decision making. And they're pretty critical about how government and public services use technology today. They're also defined by the importance that they place on the privacy of their personal data. So although they might be frustrated by the need to repeat their personal details in their interactions with government, their privacy concerns mean that half of them are not comfortable with, for example, a digital ID that would make it quicker and easier to access services. So the question for government with this group is, how can governments overcome this aversion to sharing their data and show that rewards can outweigh the risks in order to unlock more benefits of digital service provision? Next slide, please. And then we have the vulnerable pessimist. This group is struggling in their lives today and they're pessimistic about the future. They're younger, they're less educated, and while a majority are in work, they're more likely to be on low incomes and often on fixed term contracts. And they're very worried about having the right skills for the future job market. And so they're higher than average users of welfare services and social benefits, but they have got lower than average satisfaction with the services they're getting, suggesting that their needs are not being met. Technology is not a big aspect of their lives, which might relate to their ability to access or afford digital technology and a lack of skills. So they're less likely than other segments to embrace online public services. And this partial digital exclusion may actually exacerbate their disadvantages. And they're pretty split in terms of comfort with data sharing, and yet more than the average, about a quarter think government and public services should use people's data more to inform decision making. So one of the questions for government with this group is, how can governments reach the most vulnerable individuals and families and understand their lives better and provide the right support when they need it? Next slide, please. And then we have the confident achievers. So they're older, they're living a comfortable lifestyle, they are on above average incomes, they're pretty satisfied with where they got to in their lives and optimistic about their own future, but much less so about the world. So they want to see more international cooperation to address big challenges like climate change and inequality. They value the self-reliance and responsibility, and they're pretty confident in making decisions for themselves. And they're pragmatic technophiles, so they use basic technology, but it hasn't really infiltrated every aspect of their life. They're pretty satisfied with public services, but they've also got firm views on what would give them a better experience. So they'd like more services to be available online, and they'd welcome innovations that streamline their online experience. Unlike the first group, they're trusting of government with their personal data. They're happy for it to be shared, but they worry about it in the hands of private sector companies. And they're also very positive about future technological innovations if it can improve convenience or if it can offer some direct benefit to them, like a video appointment with a doctor in place of an in-person visit. So for this group, one of the questions is, as this older group moves towards retirement, how can governments provide the resources to help them support themselves and maybe relieve pressure on services in the future? Next slide, please. And then finally, we have the passive outsider. And this group, it's hard to define by age. Many are graduates, but a relatively high proportion are not in work. And those that are tend to be on a low or medium income. This group tends to be stoic about their life. Their optimism and satisfaction is lower than many other groups, but they tend to accept their lot, and they do little to change things for the better. But they're very concerned about their job and financial security in the future. They're infrequent users of public services. They may be entitled to more support, but they don't claim it, and they've got little interest in understanding what's available to them or how public services work in their area, in their local area. And they're similarly apathetic towards technology. They're among the least likely to think it's beneficial for improving their own lives or solving societal problems. But they do hold strong views on the merits of data sharing. They tend to think the risks outweigh the benefits. And they're also less likely than other groups to embrace any new technologies to help them access public services or manage their lives in the future. So for this group, one of the main questions is, how do governments reach these people that are, maybe on the periphery and ensure their voices are being heard and they're getting the services they're entitled to? So that, actually, next slide, please. That's a very brief whistle-stop introduction to the 7. I think we're aware that all of humanity does not fit neatly into these 7 boxes, and there's certainly going to be a need to contextualize these for different countries. But we think it helps to show that when you look more deeply into people's lives, they're complex and they're multifaceted. And if governments are going to be able to serve all of their citizens in the future, then a better understanding of their different needs and values and concerns and attitudes and behaviours is going to be a really important starting point. So with that, Arno, I'll hand over to you.
Dive in the new connected and future connected citizen world. But as we are speaking of citizens, what I would suggest is maybe before going to our panel to start by hearing some citizens. So we've got a short video we're going to run, and then we'll be back just after that. Ben, please.
How can governments ensure they are listening to their citizens? In this digital age, how can they understand their complex needs and expectations? and make change a reality. Now more than ever, our collectivity is transforming our lives.
With the power to build communities,
share ideas, and shift opinion.
All at our fingertips.
With technology, the distances between us are made smaller.
I will take part in global conversations.
But some may feel left behind.
Will I have anyone to talk to at home?
Our connected world will help citizens forge new careers.
My business will serve customers in every country.
But increased automation may put others at risk.
Will my skills merit living for me?
It will allow change to be pursued with greater urgency.
I'll use social networks to fight a better way.
But others may not have a platform.
Will my voice be heard?
We are connected more than ever before.
So thank you. I'm sorry. I've seen that some of you were not able to look and to watch at the video. Probably some technical problem. We know that technology is great, but that there is always progress to make. So hopefully we will improve that in the future. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. So I have some question for the group. And as well some question I would say for Kelly and Julie to better understand what persona you're like, which one you would choose. So if we can go to if you can go to the on the back of your screen, you've got a button called Live Poll. If you can click on it, you will access some question. And the first question, maybe to start the panel discussion, is the following: which persona is most like you? And you can choose one of the persona that were presented by Julie a moment ago. It's quite special because we've got a lot of people, of course, connected at the moment. So we might imagine that you are mostly confident with technology, but maybe not representative of the panel Kelly and Ipsos Mori went through. Okay, some privacy defender, but mainly aspirational technophiles, confident achievers, no skeptic people on the board. Excellent. Maybe let's move to the second question now that we've got a view on who is connected. The second question, if we can see it, is how would you rate the citizen experience with public services compared to your experience as customer when it comes to commercial services? Much lower, equal, better, or much better? Can we have the second? Yeah, excellent. So some people have experienced better services when it comes to government, but let's say we've got a huge majority that say lower, so not much lower, but lower, still a progress to make, and this is something we will see in some of the questions we definitely ask to some citizens around the world. Okay, interesting, thanks a lot. We'll keep that in mind. Even one people saying much better, which might be the case, by the way, because when you speak about public services, of course, there is probably some best in class, and some other that are staying a little more behind. Okay, let's move to the third question before to start our panel discussion. And the third question is about the crisis, and to ask you to rate the capacity of public services in your various countries to answer citizens' needs during the C-19 crisis. Interesting. It will probably depend on the country and of the services you were waiting for. Probably we should as well go more in detail because the response will not be the same for online services, health, education, and so on. But overall, it's a mix of medium and high, I would say. On my side, I've been quite impressed by the capacity with limited resources, because many people online are not able even to work, of a lot of public services to maintain services and good quality of services. But we see that we've got a mix here on the screen. Okay, so let's go into our discussion. I've got several questions for the group, and maybe I will use some slides and some input from the survey to introduce the discussion. So if I can have my slide on the screen, that would be perfect, Ben. Here it comes. So what we found when doing the survey is that there is a kind of lack of confidence when it comes to government capacity to leverage on digital technology. As you can see in this chart, looking ahead to the future, how much do you think technology is going to change your life for the better? And it's quite interesting to see that there is a difference between the way citizens do anticipate their experience with banking, for example, or with shopping, where their expectation of change and improvement is high. And it is less the case when it comes to government. It's more around 56%. And you can see that there is some differences between emerging countries like India or the Emirates with a high expectation, and some doubt from people in France, in the UK, in the US, that technology will really change government. So I've got a first question to this group, and maybe to George to start with, which is, why do you think government are less able, or why is it more difficult for government to leverage on technology? George?
Thank you, Arnaud. You know, I used to think that this was a consistent fact, that government will never be as quick to transform as the private sector. But I think during this pandemic, I've been proven wrong, in the sense that if you look at all the technology tools that have been rolled out, all the innovation that has been rolled out during the pandemic, whether it's using AI, for instance, artificial intelligence for doing triage, as you know, what we've seen in Italy, to using data analytics and contact tracing, to being able to just customize applications, mobile applications, and roll them out to the population fairly quickly. So, you know, some of my initial assumptions were proven wrong, in the sense that when there is an emergency, when there is a common purpose, when there are clear objectives in mind, and during the pandemic, it was the protection of lives and livelihoods, then governments has been very quick to respond. But, you know, to be very fair about there are, of course, more obstacles when it comes to government, you know, including public tenders, public procurement rules, budget constraints, the fact that budgets often get decided at the beginning of the year during the budget cycle and can't be easily changed. The lack of ability for many government agencies, for instance, to do what the private sector does, which is, you know, kind of go out, borrow, and spend and invest. So there are some endemic difficulties, but I've been very pleased, very proud, in fact, and proud of our own teams that have been working with our government clients in helping that innovation get rolled out. So I've been very pleased during the pandemic to see the range of possibility. It is actually quite possible for government to innovate as quickly, if not quicker, than the private sector when there is a common purpose, the common vision, common objective, and when responding to an emergency, a pandemic like what we've been going through. Arnaud?
Yes, thanks a lot, George. I fully agree with you. It's quite interesting, by the way. Often we say that it's less easier for government to move to change because it's large organizations, sometimes heavy organizations, slow movers, and so on. But during the crisis, both the urgency and maybe the fact that they had to focus on really the key priorities with less resources made them much more agile and innovative. And I think there is a lot to learn from that period. Julie, Kelly, anything to add on that?
Yes, if I may.
Please do.
There is one big challenge for government in that a lot of the people, majority of people who are accessing government services tend to be people who need it the most. And they also tend to be people who are perhaps at the more vulnerable and less likely to be au fait with digital service provision as well. So there's this ongoing challenge for government between equal access of services, in particular to those who need it the most. And of course, those individuals and their ability to access it either because of personal preferences, values, as the segments really draw out in a really helpful way, or literally because of lack of, good quality connectivity in the areas as well, which is something that does need to be considered hand in hand alongside the willingness of individuals to access public services. And the last thing I would say on it just is the difference between what national government have been able to achieve in terms of digital technologies and digital services versus local government, because there is also a parallel between where we see most innovation happening historically, not around COVID, but historically, we see a lot of innovation at the grassroots local service level, and that is potentially also linked to the levels of public trust that we see at local level. So the closer you go to home in terms of public service delivery, then local government, you see trust being higher than certainly within national government and more significant centralized structures. That has been the historical way that those trends have played out, but also where innovation has been perhaps more challenged at the national level until, as George rightly said, we have seen quite a lot of innovation at national levels around COVID.
Thanks, Kelly. I think you read my mind, and it's a great introduction to my next question and next slide. So Ben, if we can move not to the next one, but the one after. The one after, please. So it's quite interesting to see that there is when you ask citizen, no, not that one, the previous one. When you ask citizens about their view on digital transformation, half of them are quite confident for tech leading to equal society, but half of them think that it will generate greater inequality, which is definitely quite a challenge, because we have seen in the past that technology could let aside a large number of people that are not able to access or that don't understand digital way of working, of way of interacting with the administration. And probably COVID has even highlighted that point. We can see on the back that on the top left of the slide that there is a stronger confidence in digital services in emerging market than in mature markets, especially if you go to the UK. Brexit has been an example, or if you come to France with the Yellow Jacket movement. Inequality and the lack of confidence of technology to improve equality in the society is very high. So George, Kelly, Julie, what do you think government should do? How should they approach digital transformation to make sure that it is an inclusive one and not an exclusive one?
Yeah.
So Arnaud, I'll volunteer a few thoughts, but then I'll turn it over to Julie and to Kelly. So this is one of the challenges that government has. Government needs to be inclusive, and by inclusivity, and I think Kelly alluded to it earlier, they need to provide government services to everyone fairly, equitably, regardless of whether someone is digitally connected or is not digitally connected. So therefore, the channels through which they have to provide the service have to cater to everyone, which the private sector, does, I mean, if you don't want to buy your books online, you can go to a bookshop. The online provider doesn't need to have a brick and mortar shop for you if their business model is just to sell books online. Government can do that. They have to actually provide both options to ensure that no one is excluded. So the idea, the challenge for government is, how do you increase digital connectivity without excluding anyone in the process? And there are people, and I think the research has shown this, who are skeptics about technology. Who do not want, I've worked in some countries where there was some reluctance, for instance, to roll out digital services to the elderly, because for them, they'd rather actually have an in-person connection rather to have to go online to get that service. And so you cannot say, well, we're not going to serve them, because they are also citizens and they have to be served. So that's the challenge, the multi-channel approach that the government has to take, regardless, to ensure that no one is excluded. Julie, Kelly?
I'm happy to chip in as well, but Julie, please. Oh,
Julie, go ahead. I think you're on mute.
Perhaps I'll fill in.
Yeah, apologies. I'm sorry. Yes, George. I think there's I think there's three things. I think there's the digital connectivity. It's just getting that high-speed digital infrastructure in place, broadband, 5G networks that provide connectivity across all parts of the country. I think it's one thing, and potentially taking steps to broaden access to public Wi-Fi, for example. So it's just that basic connectivity issue. And then I think the second thing is governments providing devices to get people online and running programs to improve people's digital literacy, and really, give them the skills and the confidence to interact with digital services. So we probably need to see more programs like that, and targeted towards those socially excluded and hard to reach groups. And then I guess, and thirdly, sort of taking it a step further, there's the issue of more data being used in analytics and decision making being based on AI algorithms that may have inherent biases in them that may heighten social inequalities and exacerbate these problems. So I think regulators are going to have a big role to play in the future in developing the rules to manage these ethical concerns around the use of new tools, and make sure that they're not biased against the most vulnerable groups. So I think there's a number of things there governments need to think about.
Yeah, completely agree.
Kelly?
Yeah, I completely agree. For me, there are two things that are really critical through any transformation project, whether it's a digital one or another one. It's the trust of the public, but also communication as well. So one of the ways in which government build trust around big complex transformations, or indeed building demand for a particular type of service and helping the public to understand and citizens understand why they need their data, why this is good for them, is through various types of public engagement. And we've seen a real rise in demand ourselves for things like citizens' assemblies, deliberative events, and multiple channels through which you can talk to citizens to help them understand what the demand for services could be, what is in it for them, the me agenda, and also to help government unpick how they can communicate what these particular types of digital services will do for individuals. In particular, the data question comes out quite heavily for any type of digital transformation. And again, helping the public see exactly where the boundaries should be and how they can work with the public to set those boundaries in a balanced way about how data will or will not be used to help shape public services for them.
Thanks a lot, Kelly. I think it's quite interesting when looking at what came out from the survey. I found out, and it is on the back end of the slide. When you look at the main KPI for citizens when it comes to quality of public services, the first one they are quoting is equal access. So I think this is really something government should have in mind. We spoke about data. If we can move to the next slide, and I will ask a last question to the group because we're running out of time. I'm not going to speak about data privacy, but we see here that it's a main concern both for a government and for corporates. And for government, we can see that people are quite happy to share their data when it comes to health issue. A little less when it comes to security, and even less when it comes to online services, and that they're not very open to share data with private companies. But I've got a last question, and we will end with that one, if we can move to the next slide, which is the level of trust, especially towards a national government. I think we've got a key issue here. It's both an issue in terms of delivering services, but even more in the trust government can build toward the population. We can see that it is overall quite low, 33%. It is 66 in India. It's around 46 in France and Australia. I'm quite happy with that number, not that low. And this is a question for our panelist colleague coming from the UK or from the US. It's only 28% in the US and in the UK. So to your point of view, moving to a digital world, moving to digital services, taking into account connected citizens, the ones that are enthusiastic and the ones that are skeptic, what should government do in order to restore that trust, and therefore by all means be able to realize government transformation? George?
So, whenever that question is asked, my mind often goes in different directions. On the one hand, many of us share our personal information willingly when we transact, when we do, when you do your online banking, for instance, the bank knows a lot about you. When you buy things online, you do provide your when you shop online, you do provide your financial information. However, it is true that there is more reluctance to provide information to government and to let government use that information. And you mentioned the word trust. But before I go there, I'll mention one more thing. Look at what we've been going through during the COVID pandemic. Because contact tracing has meant that we need to provide information about where we are, where we're going, etc. And in many countries, people refuse to do so. I mean, even though it was a national imperative to control the pandemic, to slow down the spread of pandemic, that we would have to share more of our own information. In many countries, many people refuse to do so. And I think a lot of it goes back again to this idea of trust, because and this is my own personal opinion on the matter, providing more information, ensuring well-being, does not have to be paradoxical, contrary, opposite to protecting privacy and ensuring that data is not being used inappropriately. However, there is that problem of trust and rebuilding trust, because we've seen some infringements on data usage. We've seen some breaches even, even when government had absolutely, no ill intent, but just they were hacked or they were attacked. So we've seen some security breaches. So the idea of how do you regain trust when people have lost it, I think is going to be a tremendous challenge. technology solution either, right? I think there has to be a bigger dialogue that goes back to this point that we will not trade our personal liberties, freedoms, privacies for the sake of obtaining or ensuring better well-being and getting through the pandemic is in an easier fashion. I think the position that we need to have both is well justified. And I think it will be part of the dialogue between government. And again, like I said, it's not a technology issue. I think it's the dialogue between government and citizens about how to rebuild trust in the future. Julie?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting from the survey that people are asking for more transparency from government, on government's performance. And it's absolutely right that people should have an opportunity to hold governments to account. So I think governments should be as transparent to citizens as citizens are to government, and move beyond the sort of transactional relationship, but a much more trusting two-way relationship. So transparency is one thing. And then I think it's also some of the things that Kelly was talking about earlier. I think governments need to find ways to engage citizens and let them have more of a say on the issues they care about. More opportunities to participate in priority setting and decision making and budgeting processes. And I think we're seeing more countries testing out some of those different models for participatory engagement that Kelly mentioned. And digital technologies present a great opportunity to improve participation and encourage a dialogue. So I think more of that will be really important in starting to rebuild that trust.
Kelly?
Yes.
Any last comment?
Well, very quickly. So trust in government being low is not a new phenomenon. We've been looking at a really dispassionate review of all of the evidence around trust for the last few years. And measurements of it go back to the 1930s in the US. So there's quite a large chunk of data available. Biggest drop happened around 1960. What we see now is this real stagnant low level of trust in government, which just because it's not new doesn't mean that it doesn't need to be tackled. And it is impacted. When people talk about trustworthiness around governments, they talk about confidence that they will do what they say what they said they will, and that they will do it well. And that is where governments struggle. And that is why Julie's point is absolutely spot on. It is really important to be transparent around performance, but also to engage with the public so that they know that you're doing things in their best interests and you have their interests at heart. Tech companies, surprisingly, not social media companies, very different story, but tech companies come out well in terms of trustworthy perceptions from the public because they rank well on things like doing what they say they will do, doing it well, being competent, being well led, etc. And so there is definitely something to learn from other industries when it comes to building public trust, engaging and being transparent.
Thank you, Kelly. I think that's definitely a key issue. It's quite interesting if we can move to the last slide to see that there is a very strong evaluation of the quality of services. Last slide, please. But I think we've got to be very careful because we've seen that in France, we've seen that in the US, we've seen that in the UK. There is a kind of a fracturation of the society between people from anywhere and that are connected to the world, and the people that are somewhere very connected to their local place. And if government are not working in building equal access to services, they will fail. If they are not transparent, they will fail. And if they don't increase participation of citizens in defining the priorities, in evaluating the services, they will not do what the citizens are waiting from them. So there is, I think, maybe to end on that, there have been a big move from government towards transformation and digital transformation over the years, probably a little late compared to the private sector. Definitely the COVID-19 crisis has been an occasion to accelerate and catch up and reduce this gap. There is still some work to do, and I think what we have to push government to do, and this is the purpose of this survey and this discussion, is really to go to the citizen, because this is what organizations do, go to the citizen or go to the customer to better understand their needs, and therefore to build the right programs to enter that. So with that said, I think we will close there. Thanks a lot, George, Kelly, and Julie, for this very interesting both deep dive in our survey and discussion. I'm sure we'll have a lot of other occasions globally and in various countries to engage with government on this issue. So more to come. You can stay connected to ey.com to see more results in the months to come. And in the meantime, stay connected and stay safe. Have a good day all and a good Innovation 2020 seminar. Bye-bye.
Hello, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are joining us from around the world. Welcome to Innovation 2020. For some of you, this might be the first session that you're joining us for in these 2 days. So just to set the context, all the sessions in Innovation 2020 help to bring officials together from different countries, from different professions, from different departments, to talk about how people are innovating, what some of the challenges and barriers are that they might be facing, and hopefully to come up with some solutions for how we might overcome those obstacles and really drive forward transformation, innovation, and change. I'm Siobhan Benita. I was a former UK civil servant. I'm now a government commentator and facilitator for these types of great events, and I'll be helping us through the different panels for the rest of today. Today's panel is focusing on, this panel right now is focusing on the issue of skills and tools. And while innovation requires the right aptitudes, the right attitudes, it also is a learned skill. So civil servants need to have an understanding of how to develop, promote, and deliver innovative ideas, plus a good knowledge of some of the key fields like digital technologies and better staff engagement. And tools are equally important, particularly in supporting collaboration and ensuring that good ideas are picked up and adopted. So this session will really consider the recruitment, the training, the promotion, performance management, all of those type of policies that best promote innovation in government. I would like to say I'm going to go through the format in a minute, and I'm going to introduce our panel members to you. We have a great panel here today. I'm looking forward to the discussions. But also this session will also be as good as you are, the audience who are joining us here today, because you also get an opportunity to submit some of your own questions. And time permitting, we'll be looking at those questions as they come in, and hopefully we'll have time to put those questions to the panel, put at least some of those questions to the panel once we've had the initial panel discussion. So without further ado, let me introduce our fantastic panel for today. We have Fiona Deans, who is Director General of the Government Digital Service in the United Kingdom. And Fiona was actually chair of the workshop yesterday for Digital Data and Technology, Knowledge and Information Management and Statistics Professions, looking at these issues. So she can hopefully bring back some of the issues that were discussed in that workshop yesterday. Then we have May Gee, who's Director of Policy and Innovation, Public Sector Transformation in Singapore. And May Gee was also chair of the workshop yesterday, she was chair of the workshop for officials involved in workforce and workplace, and I think maybe one or two from the property side as well. So again, May Gee could not only draw on her own experiences of what's going on in Singapore, but also bring back some of what was discussed in that workshop yesterday as well. And I'm delighted to introduce Hala Audi, who's Director of Strategy, Performance and Assurance, Infrastructure and Projects Authority in the United Kingdom. Hala also chaired a workshop yesterday. He was chair of the workshop for Programme and Project Management Professions. So hopefully can bring some of that in as well. So as you'll start to see, part of Innovation 2020 is to gather different viewpoints from officials and from different professions and different departments. And then we look at bringing those together, how we get that great collaboration. And then last but by no means least, we have Raj Thupal, who's Chief Technology Officer, Shared Services Canada. And he was chair of the workshop covering recruitment, retention and training for an innovative workforce, which was an interdisciplinary workshop yesterday. So you already had officials with different backgrounds. So I'm going to kick off by asking Fiona, pulling on what you did discuss yesterday, what did you learn about how governments and departments are equipping digital teams with the skills and tools needed to foster an innovative culture? And I'm sure you can draw on your own experience as well. Fiona, over to you.
Thanks, Siobhan. So I think something that came up across all the groups and that we talked about quite a bit was what an enabler COVID-19 has been for people working in government to get the right tools to help with innovation. So with everyone moving to home working in March, a lot of departments moved very quickly to equip their staff with laptops if they didn't have them already, and also with video conferencing technology and online collaboration tools that perhaps they hadn't had before. There's been quite an effort across government to ensure interoperability between departments as well, which has been successful. There's still some work in progress on that, so that people from across government can collaborate together, which is obviously very important for innovation. And it's obviously, with everyone working virtually, it's been a lot easier to kind of have a meeting with lots of different departments rather than everybody having to get to one place in order to have the meeting. So I think that's all worked really well. There were some reflections about some of the skills needed for innovation actually being around problem solving and the way you think. And we were lucky enough to have someone from Google in one of the groups to talk about how they think about that in Google, and that they reference Simon Sinek's 7 Reasons Why as a way to really kind of get under the skin of some of the problems that they're working on as well. And then I was talking a little bit about what GDS does at the centre of government in order to support and foster innovation. So we have a programme called the GovTech Catalyst, which we've set up and which encourages encourages government departments to put forward, public sector organisations as well, to put forward knotty problems that they have that they think technology can help solve, and then private sector companies to bid for bid for solutions to those problems, and bid for innovative ways to come up with those solutions, and that's a way to get more innovation into government as well.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Fiona. Maggie, I'm going to ask you a bit similar, I think. What from your discussion yesterday and what you know yourself, what are the main opportunities do you think for innovative practice in people involved in workforce and workplace issues?
Yeah, I'm very glad that Fiona went first, because she covered a number of the themes that also came up in my group discussion yesterday. And I think there was almost sort of unanimous consensus that COVID has been the Chief Innovation Officer this year in many of our organizations. And on a more serious note, really, while we all wish COVID would really go away, it has undoubtedly really provided a burning platform for many organizations and offices to adopt innovative practices. And similar to what Fiona has pointed out, be it in terms of embracing digital tools to work from home or to work in teams, to work in cross-agency teams, or even leveraging digital platforms for service delivery. So we had a participant yesterday who worked at the Digital Transformation Agency in her country, and she shared that she has observed an acceleration in digitalization efforts and also greater acceptance of agile methodology during this period, which has also at the same time compelled sharper prioritization of resources, because everybody is trying to bring forward their digitalization plans. And another participant also shared that skeptics who thought that working from home wouldn't be effective are also being convinced of the benefits, even if there were some downsides to be managed. And having sort of tasted the more flexible and agile way of working, nobody is sort of expecting to simply return to how we used to work pre-COVID. So I think what we discussed at our workshop yesterday is actually pretty similar to the experience in Singapore, where we've actually, been emphasizing, smart nation and digital government for a number of years now. And while there's still a lot of room for improvement and we are really still not where we want to be as yet, we do acknowledge that because of the earlier sort of investments we've made in our digital infrastructure, when the entire public service had to go into our, lockdown measures earlier, more than 75% of our public service workforce actually work from home at the height of our lockdown measures, but we were still able to continue functioning, and there were no disruptions to our public services. So this was, in a way credited to some of the sort of earlier investments we've made in our digital infrastructure. And I think in many areas of our operations now across the Singapore Public Service, we are also observing that due to COVID, there's now greater appetite in many agencies to also deploy technology on a larger scale and sometimes in an unexpected manner. For example, we are using robot dogs, for safe distancing operations in our national parks. We are deploying drones for our tunnel inspections in our underground train system. We are using drones for building facade maintenance, for crowd control in open spaces, we also deploy more and more robots for cleaning services. And at the same time, we're pressing ahead with going for 100% of all our government services to be delivered digitally. So I think similar to what our colleague from the Digital Transformation Agency from Australia shared yesterday. At this point in time, in the Singapore context, many of our agencies are sort of bringing that we realize we have to do at the center of government is really to look across at all these plans and really look at it at the system level. What are some of the common and shared sort of digital infrastructure and shared systems we actually need to put in place to allow our agencies to scale quickly and to also sustain the pace of our digitalization efforts. And I think one of the points that was also discussed yesterday was that because of all the acceleration, the digitalization efforts and sort of embracing of more sort of digital ways of working and all that, one of the things that various, I think, public service are also looking at is to sort of have a more concerted effort in terms of building up our digital and innovation capabilities. In the Singapore context, we are actually consolidating many of our digital training programs into a digital academy that would put in place the sort of infrastructure for us to have more systematic building of digital capabilities across our entire workforce. And I think maybe I'll just end off by saying that I think what we sort of rounded up at our discussion yesterday really was that COVID has actually presented many opportunities and we don't want to waste a crisis. So the questions that we are really trying to answer is, what are the lessons we've learned, during this crisis, be it in digitalization, in terms of harnessing data, harnessing science and technology, what are the lessons we've learned in terms of enabling more cross-agency work to take place, more agile and flexible work environments. And the question going forward is, how do we lock in these gains, right? So what policies or structures must change in order for us to entrench the gains that we've made during this period so that we remain responsive as a public service to the fast-changing operating environment. And this will be relevant in peacetime, not just during a crisis. And even as we sort of continue to, fight the pandemic, it's really also about how do we prepare for the future so that, when we eventually we will and we must emerge from the crisis, we will emerge as a stronger and transformed public service. And there are things that must change, but there are also things that must continue, things that are, evergreen and things that we need to sustain. So our drive to deliver exceptional public services to our citizens, this will not change, whether or not we are in a pandemic. Our drive to cut rules and reduce compliance burden to remain globally competitive, this is something that we continue to press on. The investments that we're making in cutting-edge technologies and the sandboxes that we're putting in place to catalyze new opportunities for our people, we continue to press on with this. And of course, lastly, I think the investments in skills and human capital, which in our Singapore context, our most precious resource. We don't have much, but we do have a bit of people, so our investments in skills and human capital will continue to be made. So I think I'll just end here.
Thanks, Maggie. That was a really comprehensive look at not only what you discussed in your workshop, but also some great examples, which I might pick up on and go back to other members of the panel on those in a moment as well. So thank you. Hala, I'm going to come to you next. So as I said, you were chairing the workshop for program and project management professionals. So what were the kind of key things that they were talking about and the changes they would like to see, or the things that they are aware are going on already and the things that they are doing at the moment?
Thanks, Siobhan. We had a wide-ranging conversation, but I'll pick two themes that just kept coming back and again and again. And I'm really interested in what Maggie was just saying, including on innovation and some of the sort of infrastructure construction innovation that Singapore has managed to build in. And it's this sort of pride and future looking and forward look in our government major project that we really want to see flourish everywhere. And so the two areas that we focused on, unsurprisingly, are skills and tools. So on skills, as a profession, as a group, we recognize that projects often in government often disappoint in the sort of the pace at which they deliver, or they can disappoint because they don't quite deliver all the benefits that were promised at the beginning, or they go over budget. And that's something that we all know how all governments have lived through. And there's something about not accepting that it's like a curse, that this has to be the way it is, because somehow government projects are so complex and so big that there's no avoiding that. And so we talked a lot about how actually let's not start from that position of defeat almost. Let's start from a very ambitious position, which we are taking in the IPA, to say, you know, it's okay that some things that are really difficult, you know, they won't always deliver perfectly, but let's make sure that at least, I don't know, 80% is actually delivering to cost, to time, and the benefits that we promised. So people are incredibly important for that as our tools. So on people and skills, there's the usual fixes, right? We need to train people, and we're investing massively in the UK in having a professionalized group of practitioners in government who are here to deliver major projects. So we partner with leading universities in the country. We have master level classes. We also have sort of lower level of experiences programs to really teach our people. And we think that's a high value, bang for your buck way of investing in your people. Then there's also the question of pay, and, you know, should the public sector align to the private sector? What's the right pay package? Should you consider the fact that, you know, that there's attractive reasons to work in the public sector that go beyond pay? But then we also went a bit beyond these usual aspects of improving your skills and upskilling. And there's three things that I'd like to highlight from yesterday. One is the notion that sometimes it's cleverer and quicker to get somebody from another discipline and get them to come and help you. So take infrastructure. Do we really need to change everybody in government who procures construction, who has done it for years and years in a way that is seen as traditional and not modern? Do we need to bring them all up to speed? Or should we cross-fertilize them and just use some lateral skills from people who have actually delivered incredible innovation in the digital space or in manufacturing, and just bring them onto our infrastructure and construction projects, because that's a quicker way to assemble a team that's going to be the winning team that will pull the innovation. So that was one question that was interesting. The other two things that I'd like to mention that I believe in, and I think can be done in the spirit of what Maggie said around, you know, not letting a crisis go to waste. So if we want to get the best people in government to deliver the best government projects, I think there's something about the prestige of the career. And we can have an impact on that. There's a way of talking about project management in government that's really proud and ambitious, and is sort of held by the most senior people in the civil service, by ministers. There's a way of talking about it as being, you know, the center of what we do, the heart of what we do, is to deliver these outcomes for citizens. And I think there's something very powerful in the way we communicate that, when we recruit, in the way we communicate that to young people. And I'm not sure, without being overly negative, I'm not sure it is the spirit in which we've portrayed working in the civil service before. It was more seen as, you know, the temple for high intellect and the ability to write really complex reports. That, to me, that has been emphasized more than engineering skills, project delivery skills, etc., etc. So I think there's something we can do that doesn't have to cost a lot of money around increasing the prestige of our people to attract the best ones. And then the second thing that's really tough, but as most tough things in life, it has two sides to the coin. So right now, the labor market is going through some really difficult times. to me, there's something about government making sure they use this time to recruit and train the best people that we can, because there's never going to be, there's never been such a good labor market for us and for our projects. And this will train the great people of the future who can then work everywhere in the economy once the economy picks up again. The other area that we talked about was around tools, Siobhan, and this was, so I'll say it very briefly and then we can pick up again. I'm happy to come back to it. But basically, as a group, we realized we all face the same problems. Big legacy IT projects that need reprocurement but are really complicated because the legacy issues are everywhere. High value construction projects that go wrong. The stuff that we face is very similar, and yet, even though we in our own countries have gone through the issue several times, if you look at the past 2 or 3 decades or more, and even though we in different countries go through the same things, there isn't this database that is not super tight. There isn't the ease of access to the data and the learning that we would want to see. And how is it that it's 2020 and we don't have quick digital access to some of this data, some of these lessons? And so we started exploring some ways to overcome that. But as I said, I won't go into detail. Back to you.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you. Some really good things we can pick up on there already in terms of kind of data sharing, collaboration, and we'll pick up on all of that in a discussion in a moment. Raj, I'm coming to you. You were in this interdisciplinary workshop yesterday, so you had officials with different kind of professional backgrounds as well. So did they have, hearing what you've already heard from the different panel members, did the people who you were with yesterday and also from your own experience, did they have other views on kind of the skills and tools that are needed to really help foster innovation and also some of the good things that are already going on?
Thanks, Amanda. Definitely, we touched on many of the aspects that the other panelists talked about. Maybe in the interest of time, I can focus on areas that that we actually narrowed down on in our workshop.
Yeah.
It was primarily based on the talent acquisition and retention. So we focused on how do we bring people who are the precious resource, like Maggie mentioned, and how do we bring the right people into the jobs, and how do we retain them? And some of the ideas that that flowed in was with respect to one big challenge is the amount of time it takes to hire a person within the government. So the frameworks that we have and the changes that are required in those frameworks so that we can be more faster in bringing people on board into government. So that there were some members who had experience in that. So we talked about that. The second area within that was in establishing the relationship with universities to bring in co-op opportunities, and then that leads to bringing the right people in at a very early age, and then train them. So one other idea was in having developmental programs. So bring people at a very junior level, but then put them in a program for over 2 to 3 years, rotating them into multiple jobs, so that they can be trained to the right type of jobs, and leveraging their own skill sets that they bring to the table. So those were some of the experiences from the people that they shared, and how do we create an innovative workforce. A few other thoughts were with respect to speed up the hiring process and also to find the right talent. So instead of us posting and then getting people to apply, to go to trade fairs, to go to job fairs and establishing booths, establishing on-the-spot job interviews and offers that are conditional, of course, based on the reference checks and the security clearance and other things. But at least there is a different way to actually go and seek out a talent that's out there to bring into the system. So overall, the challenges were then shifted to the discussion on how do we retain these people once we train them, once we keep them, give them the tools that they need to do the jobs. Then we talked about the compensation, like the private versus public sector compensation. How do we make sure that we have some kind of a retention bonus? And then again, these are very difficult within government context, but there was some discussion on that. And also more like what Hala was mentioning, the pride in working for government and delivering on programs, along with some kind of a career management. So if we do have some kind of a talent and career management for people, that tends to facilitate them to staying more in a particular job. Some challenges we talked about are the policy impediments, the changes to the policy required, the communication with the unions, and how do, if we are giving these opportunities to the new recruits, what happens to all the people that are already there? How do we make sure that it is inclusive of people that are there, and ensuring that any new systems we put in place is applicable to everyone, not just the new talent that comes in. So then we talked about definitely COVID and the impact of the remote work, and actually it has been very positive for many, given we are not localized with the talent search. People can work from anywhere in the country, and that actually opened up a number of opportunities for people to bring the right set of people to the jobs. I think, again, locking in that lessons learned, and how do we take it to the next steps after that? And those were the kinds of discussions that we had.
Fantastic, thank you. That's a brilliant starter, because we had lots of different kind of perspectives there from all the different professions, but actually some key themes, kind of common themes emerging. And I'm going to come back to Fiona, because I'm conscious, Fiona, you didn't have quite as long at the beginning to give your thoughts, but I think some of those things actually are directly relevant for you in your role, and also for the people who are in your workshop. So I want to ask, the next kind of thing we talk about is what people consider to be the main barriers, the obstacles, the kind of things that got in the way of doing some of these amazing things. And a lot of them were touched on there. So, you know, we talk about, Hala was talking about the need for better collaboration across disciplines, bringing in people from different professions to help each other. The idea of moving all our services, Maggie was talking about moving all services onto digital platforms with a kind of a target of 100% all public services going digital. And then I think a couple of things there around staff and raising the kind of prestige and the reputation of being a civil servant. So Fiona, I want to come to you to say, were those obstacles also things that were raised in your workshop? Those kind of things that we need to get better at? But also in particular, I'm interested in your thoughts on this idea of, if all public services are to be made digital, how do we ensure, so one, that's a good thing, but how do we ensure that all members of the public are still able to access those public services, that we don't leave people behind as we do that kind of transition?
Yeah, so I think taking that question first, I think all public services being made available digitally is not the same as all public services only being made available digitally. So I think it's really important to make that distinction. And you know, at GDS, one of the things that we've really championed across government is the idea of users first. So it would be very much understanding, what do your users need? What are their tools for accessing different services? And therefore, what is the service that you need to develop for them? Now, obviously, in this day and age, digital is going to be the most convenient way for the majority of people to access services. So we at GDS would be advocating that everything would be at least available digitally, but there are groups of people that can't necessarily access it in a particular way. It's about thinking about, actually, would they have someone helping them access the service digitally on their behalf, and also sort of teaming up with other areas of government to ensure that people do have access to digital connectivity and digital tools to enable most people, you know, the vast majority of people be able to access things digitally. So I think that would be my answer on that. And then just reflecting a bit on what Hala was saying and others about the prestige of working for government. So I think definitely you need to kind of raise the way, I think I've heard it described as kind of almost like blue collar versus white collar workers, where the white collar workers are the policy people and the blue collar workers are the delivery and the digital people, which is an interesting way of describing it. So part of it is about raising prestige, but also it's about explaining to digital professionals what amazing problems you get to come and solve in government, and that you get to solve problems on a on a whole population scale, that you will have user numbers very, very high, beyond many sort of private sector companies' wildest dreams. So there are lots of really, really fascinating, knotty problems to come and solve in government, and also obviously you get to help people in a way that you just wouldn't in other organizations. So that's something that we definitely look to promote when we're trying to bring in skills. In terms of barriers to innovation in government, I mean, there are quite a few. One of them that we were talking about yesterday that came up from a couple of different departments was the users within departments. So, you might have a very motivated central team who really embraces digital and embraces new ways of doing things, but actually you're going to have to get your product used and adopted by people who are providing frontline services. There might be prison officers, for example, or there might be working in a hospital. So doing lots of different things where they have got very used to the way that something works. They're very comfortable for it, and they are not going to embrace the change in the same way across the organization. So it was like very much thinking about how to approach that. And I was commenting that I come from the cinema industry and rolling out technology in cinemas, and we had a very, very similar thing where we were trying to persuade projectionists to adopt digital technology, and part of the thinking that we had to do around the innovation was how we were going to get this to work for users, as well as just all the amazing things that you were going to deliver at the end of it. So I think that was something that we thought was a barrier that really needed to be addressed. Some of the other things that we were talking about was just the risk appetite in government, and the fact that, especially with COVID-19, actually, people took a lot more risks, and that was one of because they had to, and that was one of the ways that innovation has happened, and the speed of delivery and development really, really speeded up. But now we're getting to the stage where the NAO is looking at what happened. It's coming before Public Accounts Committee, which is absolutely right and proper, but it's all got to be justified. I think the thought of when you're about to take a risk of how are you going to explain it later if it doesn't work out is something that is a barrier. And I think government needs to understand how to take risks, because in actual fact, we take very big risks. We spend very large amounts of money on programs. And as Hala was saying earlier, we don't always get it right. So again, one of the things that we would bring from digital is the idea of being agile, of failing fast, working in small chunks of work, but government has to become more comfortable with failures and just accept them and move on, rather than constantly try and get in a cycle where you're trying to fix it, so it doesn't look like a failure, which I think is when things often end up in trouble.
Thank you. I'm really conscious that we're having such a good discussion that time is going quite fast. I can't see any questions coming in yet from people, so please do send any in if you've got them. But what I want to do then is to kind of change the question slightly now to the rest of the panel members there. So we've identified some of those obstacles. Fiona's just given a few more there. And what I was interested in your opening remarks, a lot of you talked about how the pandemic and COVID had kind of forced innovation, forced collaboration in a way that we hadn't seen before. So I'm going to change the question slightly. I'm going to come to Maggie first and say, actually, when it comes then to enablers, to overcoming these obstacles, what can we do? What do people say in your workshops? But also, what can we learn from this current period that we're in now, that will help us to overcome some of those barriers. And you've probably got 2 or 3 minutes each.
Yeah,
so
maybe I'll just share 3 quick points that were discussed at my workshop. The first really is on leadership and leader management to be on board as champions of innovations. And I think we've often heard that leaders can either hinder or help create the kind of culture depending on the behaviors that they choose to adopt. And leaders, it's important for them to set the tone, walk the talk, encourage their workforce to take some risks and even think out the box. But what my workshop participants were kind of sharing is that to be effective champions is to really go beyond catalyzing change and giving some top-down direction. But leaders should also walk the ground and be embedded in the change process so that they can better appreciate the challenges to unlock innovations and to help bring the process along. So the first point that the participants really talked about was really on leadership and leader management being champions. The second point is sort of also linked to the first, is that leaders need to create the psychological safety for people to innovate. And I think that's a point that Fiona also touched on. There needs to be openness in communicating the sort of expectations, the autonomy and risk appetite that goes with experimentation. And people need to know that it's okay to try and to try again if things don't work out. But as we all know, it's really easier said than done. And even in my context in Singapore, it's very hard for people to sort of celebrate failure or talk very openly about failure. More often than not, we are sharing success stories, right? Hence, a related point that some of the other participants made is that actually in this period, what we've observed is that agile methodologies have become a lot more accepted and understood. And we should really seize this momentum because it creates the sort of structure or the process that allows short sprints of failure, in terms of undertaking certain experiments. And the third aspect in terms of enabler, and it also relates, to the point about the prestige of the job, really is that what actually are the core values that the organization needs to project to really reflect the kind of organization you are, the kind of culture you want to build, one that's centered on innovation, is centered on excellence, is centered on exceeding, the expectations of the people that we are serving. And the participants also talk about alignment in terms of the values and mission clarity as a sort of foundation for innovative work to really take place. Yeah. So I think I'll just stop there. These 2 points.
Thank you, Maggie. That's brilliant. Let's go to Hala.
Thank you. Sorry, I was unmuting a common habit of 2020.
We're all used to that now. We're all used to that.
So I think on sort of this unlocking the innovation point, I think I'd pick up 2 things that are very different. So first, and that matters within government, and then if we can do it within government, then we can unlock it internationally. But I think there's something about leaders and really senior managers taking the time to make space for learning and innovation and investing in the systems that will give us this ability to benchmark, use reference classes, compare ourselves with other projects, whether over time or across sectors or across countries. And my experience of working in government is the pressure is so high to make the announcement for the next thing that the government is going to do and rush to make the case for investing in that next thing. And then maybe there's some, hopefully there's some resources left to investing in delivering that thing. By the time you've done that, you've changed government often, the attention is somewhere else, and nobody's looking backward at whether we have done the thing that we did announce, we did deliver the benefits that we did talk about. And you don't need, you're not talking mega billions, you just need a few teams that are given the space to actually look back and do some learning, some proper monitoring and evaluation. And I'm sure, maybe some countries are better than others. Maybe mine, the UK, is really not doing well. I don't think so. I think it's, the pressure is so high to just work on the forward stuff that there's never enough time to look back. So I think protecting some budgets as senior leaders and some place for our people to actually do set up those comparatives in a way that is digitally, skilled and make use of latest data, I really think we can unlock a lot, in particular in major projects. And we definitely are setting up major project benchmarking hub at the moment, and we're really upping our games in terms of monitoring and evaluation of past projects so that we can do that learning. So that's one. Then the other thing is risk. It's incredibly important, and it's really hard in government because of the pressure, the public pressure. But there's something really precious that I want us to hold on to around a portfolio view. So, we in the IPA oversee the largest major projects in UK government. We try to take a portfolio view. We have so much more to do in that sense. And it's almost like each of our ministries could take more of a portfolio view so that it lets you point to where, bits of your portfolio are actually repeat jobs, relatively low to maximum medium risk. And then you show the public that you are delivering on that bit of your portfolio, the same way that an investment portfolio would work, where you would look to your banker to have some safe investments. And if we can manage to do that more clearly and communicate it publicly, then I think we can give ourselves license to take more risks in other things and explain that, this is a trial, this is a pilot, or this is just a really big thing that we're going to go for it. It might not work, but it's a managed risk, if you want.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Raj, I'm going to
thank you, Siobhan. I think for me, I see three threads here that leads to fostering the innovation and removing the barriers, on which we have done as part of COVID. The one is increased collaboration between the key stakeholders. And then the second one is more agile governance. For example, during COVID time, when we had to roll out systems to all of government, we internally met as a senior management twice a day, and similarly with our external key stakeholders twice a day. So this enabled us to manage the risks properly, which is my third element, which is the risk management. So with the increased collaboration, agile governance, and risk management, we were able to overcome the barriers and able to innovate very quickly to provide the services that we had to provide. Maybe I'll stop at that. I think it's a repeat of many of the things that others have mentioned. So we can go to the next panelist.
Fantastic. I was just wondering, we've got a couple of minutes left, just very quickly, and you don't all have to answer this. I'm just curious whether it came up. Seeing as this was the workshop on skills and tools in particular, if the issue of diversity came up at all. So we've talked about retaining the best people. We talked about recruiting the best people. Did the issue of increasing and improving the diversity of the workforce come up in the context of innovation? If anybody would like to answer that, put your hand up and I will come to you, or your own thoughts on the importance of improving diversity when it comes to innovation. Fiona, I'm going to come to you.
Is it Fiona or Hala?
Fiona, sorry, but we've only got about 1 minute each, I'm afraid, or 1 minute for each comment.
Yeah, so it sort of came up, actually. It came up because we were talking about where we could learn about innovation from, and people were talking about getting teenagers involved. So it was kind of innovation of age, diversity of age group, and getting a different perspective. And then and obviously it's a very, very important aspect, ensuring that you have diversity of thought in order to come up with different ideas.
Yeah. Thanks, Fiona. Hello, we've got time for you to say what you want to say.
I think huge focus and huge importance on getting a diverse workforce, and we're working on that on the project delivery profession in the UK. Lots more to do. I wanted to relay something that came up yesterday around how much the new way of doing things online during COVID has, I think, brought a lot of democratization to the collaboration that we can have. And originally I come from a country, Lebanon, where, if you don't have another passport. It's really hard to get visas. And when working on global health before, I remember how in the important meetings were always in Berlin or Geneva, and the people you were really talking about were in countries where it was hard to get a visa to travel, and it was hard to get the budget. And so you ended up having the same people meeting all the time between themselves and no diversity at all. And I'm hopeful that the move to digital, thanks to COVID, will democratize a bit who participates in the debate.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Hala. I want to say a huge thank you to all our panelists there for a fantastic discussion. I think in summary, what I would say in terms of the overcoming those barriers, we talked about the importance of leadership. So Maggie talked about leadership. All of you touched on the importance of taking managed risks and a different approach to how we look at risk in the civil service, whether that's about how we communicate risk or about learning to celebrate failure better than we currently do. A clear focus on our values, being able to communicate those, which ties into, I think, what all of you said about how do we make sure that there's a real pride in being a civil servant, that no matter what part you play in the civil service, no matter what professional department you're in, you're all part of that bigger machine. And then I really like the focus on investing in innovation, making sure we had the resources, the time and the space to invest in innovation. And finally, just the thing that we've been trying to crack for years, which is the need for better collaboration across departments, across professions, but also across countries so that we can all learn from each other and become more agile. Thank you so much. That was the brilliant first panel of the day. Thank you to all of you, and I hope to see you in some of the other panels later on today. Thank you so much, everyone. Hello and good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are joining us from around the world, and welcome to this session of Innovation 2020. For some of you, this might be your first session of the event, so just to set the context, all the sessions in Innovation 2020 are designed to bring together civil servants from different departments, different professions, different countries, to talk about innovation, to talk about the great innovation that's already going on, to identify maybe some of the barriers and challenges to innovation, and hopefully to come up with some of the enablers or the solutions to overcoming those obstacles. I'm Siobhan Benita. I was a former UK civil servant, and I am going to help steer us through all of the panel sessions today. And the panel that we are about to kick off with now is looking at the issue of data management and data sharing. And good data management and data sharing is key to so many innovative projects, whether it's through permitting cross-departmental services built around user needs or enabling evidence-based policymaking and service delivery. The challenges here are partly technical and organizational, but some countries also face barriers around legislation and public perception, issues like trust. So as well as considering the systems, the protocols and regulatory structures required to support secure and effective use of data across government, this panel will also examine different approaches to winning over public confidence and public trust. In a moment, I'm going to introduce our brilliant 5 panel members, and I will be putting questions to them, and then we'll have a bit of a panel discussion. But if you're joining us now as a member of the audience, you can also submit questions, and if we've got time left at the end, then we will try to answer as many of those questions as we can. So please do submit your questions while you're listening to the panel discussion right now. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our brilliant panelists. We have Julie Pearce. Julie Pearce is Director of Openness, Data and Digital at the Food Standards Agency in the United Kingdom. And Julie was actually chair of a workshop that we had yesterday on building public confidence and consent for data sharing. And that was an interdisciplinary workshop, so with officials from lots of different professions. Then we have Shahar Bracha, who's acting CEO, Government ICT Authority, the National Digital Ministry in Israel. And Shahar also chaired a workshop yesterday, but that was aimed at policy, operational delivery and research professionals. So it'd be interesting to get feedback from what was discussed there as well. Then we have Mireille Laroche, who's Assistant Commissioner for Service, Innovation and Integration, Chief Data Officer and Chief Service Officer at the Canada Revenue Agency. And Mireille chaired the workshop for finance, tax, fraud, error and debt professionals yesterday. So we'll also have that perspective coming in. Then we have Eileen Fuchs, who's Principal and Head of Division, Digital Policy, Federal Ministry of the Interior in Germany. And Eileen was chair of the workshop for officials who work in digital, data and technology, knowledge, information management and statistics. So a broad group of professionals there yesterday as well. And last but not least, we have Sue Bateman, who's Interim Director for Digital, Data and Technology Functional Strategy at the Government Digital Service here in the United Kingdom. While Sue didn't chair a workshop yesterday, Sue brings a wealth of experience with her, so we'll be drawing on the things that she already knows about that are going on here in the UK. So I'm going to kick off with a question to each of the panelists, a slightly different question to each of the panel members because it draws on what they did yesterday or their own experiences. So Julie, I'm going to come to you first, and I'm going to ask, based on what you heard yesterday, how could better public sector sharing of data improve our ability to address the pandemic? And how is the pandemic affecting civil service and public attitudes to data sharing? So this has come up quite a lot. Julie, over to you.
Thank you very much. In our discussion, we considered the pandemic situation against a wider backdrop of needs to share data more generally, and feeling that that was growing over time. But certainly in the pandemic, we reflected how we had to respond very quickly to an emerging situation. And one example that we thought was good because of its speed of delivery, its need, and the way that we linked departments up together was our response to vulnerable people, those people who are shielding or economically vulnerable who needed access to food. So how do you find those people? How do you reach out to them and connect to them? And how do you ensure that what they need is delivered to them? So that's a great example of where we did that, but it was really hard. All we were trying to find, in actual fact, was very simple contact details for those people, understanding who is in what category and how do I connect with them. But it proved to be really hard to find the data and to make sure that it was accurate and up to date, even when all eyes were on us to try to make it happen.
Great, thank you so much, G. We'll come back on that issue of being hard because we'll talk about some of the obstacles and how maybe we can overcome them. Shahar, I'm going to ask you a very similar question then. So in your workshop yesterday, how do you think the officials that were there that having your discussion, how do you think they wanted to see better innovation in the use and management of data?
Well, thank you for having me. I think one of the main points that was gathered yesterday, first of all, is all the governments have the same issues and the same problems, and this sort of talks goes a long way about the solution. I think one of the main issues regarding the data and regarding the threats that we have today is about privacy and about how do you share it in a proactive or in a manner that protect the information that we have on our citizens, especially as government employee. The information is much more private as it gets. I think maybe health information is just much more greater than that. One of the main points that we talk about is about how do you create value from the data. Being a government agency and pushing the data outwards costs a lot of money. We need to protect it. We need to cleanse it maybe. And we don't really assess the impact that it caused on the market. So we need to create some sort of an ecosystem with the private sector to create value to this data, and maybe in some sort of like an open source application. You can get it for free, but if you generate any revenue from it, you can have to bring it back. We talked about a couple of frameworks like that. And in a final note, we understand that data in the current state is very, very in initial stages. It's very new, even though we have data for many years, the massive amount of data being gathered and the openness and usageness of it is a very new field for all of us.
Brilliant, thank you. So lots that we can come back on now, especially that idea of generating value because it is costly. But you, at the same time, you want as many people as possible to be able to access and make use of that data. Marie, I'm going to ask you a very similar question then to kick off. So how did your group feel like they wanted to innovate? So these were the people, finance, tax, debt professionals. How did they feel that they wanted to innovate in management and use of data?
So good morning to all, and thank you for having me. I'd like to give kudos to the members of my workshop today. We had yesterday we had a really good conversation. I would say that there was 3 dimensions that were kind of talked about in length. The first one was data integration. The people that were involved in the workshop were very much associated with compliance activities, but also providing benefits to their citizens, mostly vulnerable populations. So there was a lot of conversation about how do you actually integrate data that governments hold in order to better serve Canadians, in my part, but citizens in a timely fashion. And the impediments that we have in that regard. So certainly that was one dimension that was talked about. So within government, but also outside government, how do we actually couple information that we have with third-party data to have a better overall portrait of the situation to make better decision? The second element was in terms of data quality. So to what extent do we have the right data? It's not because government collects data that we're actually collecting the right things. Systems have been put in place years ago for very different reasons. And the need for data has evolved tremendously in recent years. So how do we make sure that we have the right data and that it's clean and properly kind of formatted for use? The third element that was discussed was in terms of how do we actually improve timeliness. And this is kind of touch about what Julie was talking about in relation to COVID. But I think everybody felt during recent months the need to provide very timely information and based on new data. Many countries put forward new benefits to support their citizens or businesses. And how do you actually turn yourself and be agile enough to be able to collect that information, analyze it, and feed it back to decision makers to make sure that whatever you put in place is actually working, and if there are needs to be for changes that we have the information to do that. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. So again, 3 things we can pick up on there. So the quality of data, timeliness of data, and kind of the right connections, linking up to other data sources as well. Eileen, I'm going to come over to you with a slightly different question from your workshop, which is, what did the people in your workshop think could be achieved if data was shared more, both within the organisation and across different organisations as well?
Yeah, thanks for being on the panel here today. For the first time at GGF, and I enjoyed it. Really good workshop yesterday we had. Although time went really fast and there were so many ideas raised in the breakouts, but we did have a live poll at the beginning, and it was really pretty clear that for most of the participants, the benefits of data sharing and better data management were clear in a sense that they could achieve more working together within government, especially in a data-driven economy, especially in the times of a pandemic, and also with a view to the citizens and business who need to profit from data. So that was really something that was shared overall view. However, how to get there and if this goal meets reality, that was something that was pretty intensely discussed, I think. And that's actually where the professions that were present, which are knowledge management professionals from the UK, but also from abroad, had very, very specific input, very specific ideas. And I think also we're faced with a vast topic to discuss because data comes in so many forms, and there are so many barriers. You talk about legal barriers, there are factual barriers, there are organizational barriers, and there are cultural barriers. So I think there was overall the shared view that we would have very much to gain from better data sharing and management. But then when it comes to the practical aspects of it, it's actually very nitty-gritty when we get to the details. So.
Great, thank you, Eileen. So again, we will come back on some of those. So the benefits being clear so people can see the benefits, but again, they're very conscious that there are these barriers in place. And as you say there, they could be legal, they could be organizational, they could be cultural, but they're getting in the way of us doing better in this area. So Sue, I'm going to come to you, and this is largely pulling on your own experience. I can't ask you what your workshop officials discussed yesterday, but I can ask you what you think the greatest opportunities are for innovation in government if we manage to use, manage and share data more effectively.
Great, thank you. And hello everybody. And it was really interesting actually to hear what's come up in discussion from those various workshops yesterday, because actually I think they really chime with what I wanted to say around the question, which is, I guess if we lift it up to the vision that we have around how we want to make better use of data, and I see data very much as an enabler for us to think about how we do deliver that vision on joined up, trusted public services, policies and research and statistics that are better informed by timely, accurate access to data. And I think it's interesting that some of the panels have drawn on COVID and the recent experiences globally of the response to that, because I would say that has been really a point where we've just seen how important effective data access and data management is. And we've seen in the UK a real coming together across government, the wider public sector, and with industry and academic partners, where there is a common purpose, that sharing of data to deliver, as Julie highlighted, support for clinically extremely vulnerable and other vulnerable groups, delivering food, supermarkets, delivery slots, and other kind of support. And that's, that's the same globally. And I think what that brings us back to really then is, if this is a point in time where we can see what is possible, then one of the things that we're thinking about from a UK perspective is, how do we build on that step change so that it isn't just a moment in time, but it is something that starts to become the norm really. And I guess some of the things that other panelists have mentioned already are in our minds around the barriers. But if I'm kind of focusing as a last point on the opportunities, for me, it is around that ability to join up whilst bringing citizens along with us in a trusted way. And I guess I would see the opportunity is really being about responsible innovation, so using data in a way that enables us to do more, to deliver better services, but also one that maintains trust amongst our citizens and also amongst our colleagues.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Sue. So I'm going to come back on some of those points now, but just a reminder as well to anybody who's watching, to all the people who are watching, please do, if you have any questions at all, you've got great experts here who know their stuff. If you've got a burning question about data management, data sharing, then now is your chance to put it to the panel and we will pick that up at the end. But I wanted to delve a bit deeper into, because there's so many themes that are emerging here that I think will emerge from other panels as well, about some of the obstacles. So whether that's collaboration across organizations and across departments, or a better understanding between professions of what maybe those different professions need. The cost of sharing data was mentioned there as well. And also I want to throw in, because I think it's something that's really topical, certainly in the UK at the moment, which is a kind of mistrust potentially from the public about sharing data, whether that's data that they own being shared or data that the government owns about them being shared. And we've seen that, I think, in COVID and some of the things around the app and things like that, their health app. So I just want to go to each panel member in turn and think, what do they see as being kind of the biggest barriers in this area? What do they think are the ones that are the most stubborn obstacles that we should tackle first? I'm going to change the order slightly so that everyone gets a fair share. Let me start with Shahir this time.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll focus on three main points. Of course, there are many. One, the first and foremost is, I think, it's skills. It's the human factor. Civil servants and managers don't really know what to ask, what to do with the data. They don't really know how to read the data. And once you don't have the necessity, then you document the solution. So this is one obstacle. The second main issue on my part is the lack of tools. Even though you may want, you know what you want, you find it hard to get the right answer. You don't necessarily have the right tools. You don't have necessarily the right personnel to do it. It's also some sort of a tool per se. And also one really true, a global truth about that is the government procurement or public sector procurement is really hard across the world. So tools and procuring tools needs to get dealt with centrally. And you touched the final note is fear. It's fear from the public. Scandals such as Cambridge Analytica and what Facebook are doing or not doing with our data creates the assumptions surrounding the public that if we were to start analyzing their personal data, even for COVID and for the pandemic, it's some sort of a threat to them and to their privacy. And we need to tackle those three main points on my end.
Thanks, Joe. That's great. Mireille, I'm going to ask you the same question. So, are there other obstacles that you think are particularly difficult to overcome?
Thank you very much. I'll start with what I call the infrastructure. So, the fact that as we're trying to use data as a corporate asset in all of our organization, we don't necessarily have the necessary systems and processes in place to be able to do so. And so, as I mentioned before, at times we are not collecting the right data, and at times as well, we're not actually connecting the data. So for example, as a client for a given department, I may be in 25 systems that are not talking to each other. So as you're trying to deliver good services, it's really hard for any agents to have a full view of who I am and what do I need. So that for me is a major impediment. It's something that we see in my own organization. I'll talk. The other thing is that right now, because of that lack of integration and that we're not necessarily seeking the right data, we're kind of relying on approaches that are kind of subpar or fragile in themselves. So, as part of the workshop, someone was mentioning how they use qualitative data, so word of mouth, their networks, to be able to get a sense of what's happening in the field and to get the pulse and the priorities, which in itself is good, but it's very much dependent on who you talk to, who's in place, their willingness to share. And so to what extent are we kind of basing our information on things that could, that our sources can kind of disappear? Last thing that I'll talk about is really about culture. And so you've mentioned it, Siobhan, in your earlier on, but the culture of data, and that speaks to training, that speaks to tool, that speaks to mindset. And I will kind of bring two dimensions to it. The first one being really a question of ownership within organization of data. Often enough, as people are responsible for data, they think it's their own data, and they have not always a willingness to share and to see, even within an organization, to kind of share it for broader use because they fear of losing the control of the data and what does it mean and how it's going to be used. And then the second element is really agility. How do we actually foster a culture of agility to be able to turn around, to kind of use data in a very timely fashion, to be able to make decisions and to be able to change our collection methods, change our collection approach, just to kind of seek what we need to be able to inform our decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, that's great. So far we've got infrastructure, the right tools, culture, who owns the data, and agility. This is going to get harder and harder as I come to each of you in the panel to talk about the obstacles, but I'm going to go to Sue now. Sue, are there other obstacles that you can see that are particularly getting in the way?
Yes, and I think, I always agree with everything that's been said so far. So rather than repeat, we've just, in September actually, we've just published the UK National Data Strategy, and it's out for consultation. And there's a key bit of that strategy, I think it's mission 3, that talks about the barriers, but also the areas of focus that we see around government making better use of data. And I think some of the things that we haven't been covered so far, I'd kind of point out, are around leadership. So around kind of the decision making and having data literate, informed decision makers across the public sector. Trust and ethics are really important as we and recognising the importance of transparency around what we're doing in government. And then finally, one of the other areas that I'd pull out is around for us around the standards and enforcement bit of the piece. So not just having kind of policies that are seen as a nice to have, but recognising across government and the wider public sector in our case, where we might need to start to coalesce more strongly around particular standards.
Great, thank you. So that's really interesting, bringing in the kind of leadership and maybe the need for enforcement as well, bringing in a couple of new angles there. Eileen, I'm going to ask if you've got anything before, we are going to move on to solutions in a minute, but we've still got Eileen and Julie to talk about if there are any other obstacles that were identified in their workshops or from their own experience. Eileen, I'm going to ask you first.
Yeah, thanks. Much of it was addressed, like what was discussed in my workshop, or the workshop I was chairing. Infrastructure, quality of data, skills in handling data, then leadership. You need a top-down approach that was clearly stated as something that needed to be implemented within government and within the organizations within government as a long-standing policy that will survive changes in political leadership, and that will be addressed constantly and lived up to. So that's definitely culture-wise something that needs to be taken care of, I think, and at the moment is apparently an obstacle in many governments or government organizations. But I think one thing that came out quite clearly is the legal dimension, perhaps. So the legal categories of data, classified data, personal data, privacy concerns, GDPR. So we do have a kind of, I would say, hesitance when it comes to sharing data, because many officials are not sure, can I really share this? It might be related to privacy and concerns, and really important information is often classified and cannot be really shared. So adding to everything that was said before, I think the legal component, and with it comes also the cultural attitude towards data. So from need to know, which comes from classified and privacy concerns, to need to share. How do we manage to bridge that gap? And it's also related to legal.
So adding on there the legal dimensions and maybe the categories and people maybe not being quite clear on what they can and can't share as well. Julie, I've given you on this one the difficult task of coming last when it comes to, are there any other obstacles that you think are particularly difficult in this agenda?
Yes, thank you. I agree with everything that's already been said, but maybe to sort of build on the conversation, sometimes having conversations about sharing data, people sort of naturally go to the technology and say it's a technical problem. So yes, there are lots of technical problems in there, but I don't think that that's sort of like the fundamental one. I think they are relatively easy to get over. And the challenges are more in the space of data quality, but that's a reflection of data standards, if there are any standards that have been implemented. And just understanding data standards is a big topic in its own right, particularly when you start thinking about metadata. What's the data purpose? Can I just simply reuse something that looks to be the same? Can I reuse it over here for a different purpose? So that starts to bring in quite a complex discussion. And then I'll sort of loop round that I do think there is a need for education for us as civil servants to understand all of that, but also to understand the art of the possible. That things in many ways are becoming easier. Some of the technologies are allowing you to anonymize data more easily. Some of the AI tools are becoming suddenly more affordable. I'm looking at distributed ledger technology and what we can do without going away and building gigantic data warehouses. So there is a lot that's going on, but it's a fast moving area. So again, any sort of educational training needs to reflect that. It's always moving.
Brilliant, thanks, Julie. You've nicely kind of started to transition us there into kind of the final section, I think, of this discussion. So what we've had there is a list of the obstacles, maybe the challenges, and you can see it's quite, there's a lot to overcome here when it talks about infrastructure, tools, the culture, people maybe not understanding this enough to know what they can share or what data they can reuse in different ways. But on the other hand, there are huge benefits if we can get this right in terms of improving, in particular, our services for the public. So I want to kind of move into a final round, really, of thoughts from all of you, which is, if you could say, what's the kind of one or two things that you would really like to see changed, whether that's on a government level or whether that's within your profession, to actually make data management and data sharing better and more effective. And also, I like the fact that a lot of you mentioned COVID as a kind of a situation that's forced innovation, forced people to do things differently. So maybe when you're talking about this, are there any examples of good practice that you could also touch on, whether that's things you've seen happen because of the pandemic or just things you know are going on in your country or in your department or in your profession. So what are the good examples of good practice? And what are the things that you would like to see most change? So the enablers you would like to see put in place. I'm going to come to Shahar to answer this one first.
Thank you. I think, first of all, with every major change, there is a necessity to get a sense of urgency, someone who needs the change that you are moving forward. And I think COVID-19, the pandemic, created this change in sense of urgency. The public is now demanding governments to put out or to deliver information that reflects or the underline of their decisions. So the demand for data is there, and of course, we're living in a data age. The demand from the public sector, from the private sector is there as well. I think a couple of points about what we need to change and what we're doing in our perspective in Israel. First and foremost is the education. We need to create some sort of a program to educate people about what is possible with information, as was said before, and we need to create more easy usage of tools, especially regarding advanced tools such as AI and ML, to really achieve what we want or what we assess we can achieve from data, and not things that we can do today with simple spreadsheets or BI applications. And in the center of this, we need the standards. We need the framework about how we do it. Standards on one hand, how do you build your data and how do you share it? And the legal framework, how do you keep it anonymized? How do you keep it private? How do you keep the ownership of the data even after you deliver it to the outside, especially to the private sector? I would like to share with you a couple of things that we are doing in Israel. The government has decided on 2 government resolutions. One is the establishment of a national data lake, a government data lake that will have all of the information in the National Statistical Bureau. And the major point there is all of the information will be delivered in private manners and private standards to researchers, and of course researchers from within the government to policymakers, so they can assess their changes. The second major point is another government resolution about the creation of standards of unified model of the main data entities in the government. So the sharing, the cross-government sharing will be much more easier, and the data will be much more cleanser. So we won't have to every time work very hard on integrating the different points of different data sets, and also when we are publishing the information, and the private sector won't need to invest much time and effort. The final note is we need some sort of a North Star, some sort of a strategy so we can look forward many years ago. So we are currently finishing, hopefully in the next couple of months, a national public sector strategy. Will oversee all of the points, the human factors, the tools, the procurement, the ethics, and much more in a massive program or strategy, and will follow it for the many years to come so we can assess our progress to this end goal.
Ask you the same question. It's great to hear there from Shahar about the infrastructure that Israel is putting in place. So Eileen, your thoughts on enabling factors and some great examples you might have come across.
Yeah, well, perhaps I will just present you with what the workshop group came up with, because I think that's most interesting, reflecting what the participants thought. So legislation-wise, it was said that actually what was needed was a citizen-centric approach when generating and processing data also legally. So when you're drafting new legislation on data, that needs to be borne in mind. Also, as is done in the UK now, create a chief data officer in government, in major government organizations, and one chief government CDO on top, which implement the data culture and set standards, procedures when it comes to quality of data. Also, then they said technically a consolidation of government IT infrastructure and services was needed. For example, for Germany, we are doing this. We're in the process of consolidating the IT infrastructures and services of our federal government. And it's a major job, which has been ongoing for the last 4 or 5 years, and it's still not finished. So you can see in big countries with big administrations, it is definitely not done in a wink of an eye, even if it's badly needed. And then culture-wise, the group came up with that a data policy needed to be adopted for a number of years, and irrespective of changes in leadership. And that data literacy skills for every employee in government should be made mandatory. And I think that is definitely the way to go. For example, in Germany, we are now in the process of establishing a digital academy for federal government employees. And of course, it needs to be graded. So you need to have different grades and depending on the function of digital skills needed. But there definitely should be a basic course that actually allow you to assess data and put you in a position to handle data properly. And also establish this need to share culture, which I was talking about before. So, and in addition to that, and I think that's an important point too, that the data literacy profession per se should be strengthened, and that more positions for data scientists and analysts should be created within government. I think that's also something that is very, very badly needed in many government authorities. So you have experts who you can refer to, or experts who will actually think about how could I make use of the data that we produce, and how can the public benefit from it. For example, in our Federal Statistical Office in Germany is now producing a dashboard for data, which will go online soon, which assembles all kind of COVID relevant data, not specifically health data, but the data that is dependent on how the pandemic it will evolve. So I think, or how it will run. So I think those are perhaps some examples and some ways to go forward, and solutions that might be thought about.
So really good to see the feedback about the citizen-centric approach, and also to hear again about a country doing the kind of at the strategic level. So the idea of the data literacy skills and the digital academy, I really like that. Just before I come to the last three panel members to give their thoughts on enabling and good examples, I want to also add in a question that's come in from a member of the public who are watching. This is from Annette Toft, and she says, what role could a strong vision have? Not just a strategy for the delivery of objectives, but it feels like we are missing a strong overarching vision in the UK, like they have in Singapore and elsewhere. So maybe when I come to the last three panel members, you might give your thoughts as well on whether a vision could be one of those enabling factors that might help as well. So I'm going to ask Mireille for your thoughts on good examples and enabling factors.
Okay, well, thank you. Just to jump on the issue of having a vision, this is actually something in my organization that we've recently done. So to really develop a visions with principles in terms of where we wanted to go with respect to data, to be really able to kind of put it in words, what it means to think about data and information as a corporate asset. So from my perspective, and when I think about the Canadian government as a whole, we're actually doing, I think, a pretty good job in terms of really kind of putting data at the forefront. We don't really have a pan-Canadian kind of vision, but we do have some very directives and instruments that are being leveraged to be really pushing the use of data for kind of advancing AI, digital, but also service to Canadians. I was thinking of kind of answering the question put in place just in terms from a COVID perspective, and how we, some of the things that were actually raised in the workshop. I do think that COVID is going to be a catalyst. It kind of is creating opportunities on the data front that we need to leverage. In a certain way, it highlighted some of the issues that we have. And because we were faced with a real life situation where we needed to act quickly, and there's nothing like an urgency to kind of get people mobilized. But I think for those responsible for data, we really need to seize that opportunity to kind of push through and make sure that we put in place the infrastructure and the practices in place so that it actually something changes. Just in terms of from our perspective, one of the things that came up is really the need of data for service delivery purposes. So thinking about changing our service delivery as everybody had to go home, work from home. In an organization like mine, we still had a lot of paper processes. So while we were able, when COVID hit in March, we were in our filing season. So people were actually, filling out their tax returns. And fortunately, we have a really high percentage of people who actually are doing it electronically. But there's still about 10% who do it on paper. So, and then we had nobody in the offices to actually treat those. So how do you actually make sure that you kind of move on, and it's all based on data. How do you actually going to be able to kind of move your processes? Tax filing is one of them, but we have many within our organization to be able to have the data to provide digital services that are going to be used by your citizens. So that for me really puts an emphasis on good quality data and on the ability to use it to be able to change how you actually are delivering your services. And I think too, the other element that is in terms of, an enabling is really the opportunity to be looking at different ways of conducting your business. I think everybody is kind of facing that and, thinking about how do we are kind of doing our business. And at the foundation of that is data. So how are we going to set up ourselves to be able to kind of deliver on this kind of new opportunity that we're facing? In respect to that too, we have to counterbalance this in terms of making sure that we have the right balances between, pushing forward on these types of issues while respecting privacies. There was Eileen talked a lot about legislation. How are we facilitating her comments about need to know versus sharing of information really resonated with me. We're facing that in my organization, how do you find the balance? But also there's the notion of security. And as you are collecting this information and you're providing such vast amounts of money to your citizens, to support them, that incites certain people with bad intentions to come and to, kind of hack your data to be able to, get their own money. And so it's that fine balance that we have to kind of walk in terms of, how do you actually use the data for, to advance your kind of mandate, while in the sense kind of balancing the privacy considerations which are very, very much present in Canada and elsewhere, and also the security dimension of things. So thank you.
Much. I love the fact that you focus there on, ultimately the benefits are about data to improve public services. That's what this is all about, and to make people's lives better. So it's absolutely worth focusing on how we do that and making sure that we get these obstacles out of the way. So I'm going to come to Sue next, and then after that I will come to Julie to talk about some good examples and some of those enablers. Sue, over to you.
Yeah, so it's great to follow on from Murray, because I think a lot of this is around, we absolutely have to see the past year as an opportunity and understanding where the gaps are that we need to focus on. So for me, this is around, I guess, fixing what I would describe as foundational elements like the quality, the standards, the legislation, and some of the culture. But one of the things that I wanted to talk a little bit about was around and how do we continue to innovate whilst we are fixing those foundational things? Because we all know, I think, in the roles that we do, that the world of technology and is moving at a fast pace, and things that we might have thought difficult or inconceivable just a few years ago are now possible because of the progression in technology. And so I'd just highlight the work that we're doing through the GovTech Catalyst Challenge. It's a 3-year programme that we've been running across the UK public sector, where we're trying to support organisations of all kinds of sizes, local government, blue light services, central government, to help them to take advantage of the opportunities that data and emerging technology presents, and working with suppliers from industry, again, of all kinds of sizes. And that's been a really interesting exercise for us. We're into the final year of this phase of the programme. And it's been interesting because it's been an eye-opener around some of the other things that we need to do, I guess, beyond fixing the data, really, into that capability question, helping with things like understanding and managing risks and having an appetite to experiment within clear kind of parameters and framework, understanding the benefits that a truly multidisciplinary team can bring to kind of working on a challenge together. And I guess then, if we're thinking about what do we need to see if we're going to have data management and innovation go hand in hand, there's something back again to kind of leaders, probably into the procurement commercial space as much as kind of business decision makers, around that a little bit of license to fail fast and fail quickly, whilst making sure that we've got all the proper safeguards in place. And I think there's a real role here for digital and data professionals to be helping to bring to life what is possible through all the use cases that we're seeing, not just through COVID or examples like the GovTech Catalyst that we have in the UK, but demonstrating the power and the possibility of data in the delivery of a real life service.
And the possibility of data, such a good phrase. Julie, I'm going to come to you for the last couple of minutes on kind of good examples and enablers in data management, data sharing.
Thank you very much. And first, I'd like to go back to the question that was posed about a vision. Yes, I absolutely agree. I think the vision is really important. It's critical. We have a vision for data within the FSA. We created that a few years ago. But from it, we learned that we needed to do some other things as well. There was no point in having the vision. We actually needed to make it real and make it happen. So as we took the vision forward and started to implement, we realized that the only way that we could engage people was through the creation of data stories. There was no point in talking about we built this system and it delivers this thing or it delivers this report or this insight. We had to write real stories around how our customers, in this case, consumers of the UK food system, people who eat our food and need to eat it safely, how were they being benefited? So really making it real. The second thing for making it real was, rather than having it as a bolt-on and something just my team created, it has now become absolutely core to our overall business strategy, the FSA's overall business strategy. It's one of the three pillars for us going forward. And in doing that, we get it woven into absolutely everything that we do and how we do it. And it goes right to the top of the organization, as well as it being cascaded all the way down. So that, I think, I could put up as good practice, but we learnt it the hard way. Just one other thing that we've also learned more recently is around ethics and standards, understanding and engaging with what we're doing with data to make sure that we're doing the right thing with it, and to make sure that we can explicitly talk about the value, but talk also about how it's the right data being used for the right purpose, and trying, I hope, going forward, not only making data part of a wider public debate, but also making the algorithms, what we do with it, and how we act on it, making that part of the wider debate, and having transparency of algorithms as well as transparency of data.
Thank you so much. I'm looking at the clock and I can't believe how fast the time has gone to the end of the session, but that's testimony to the brilliant 5 panel members that we've had. So a huge thank you from me to all of you for sharing your own insights and also feedback from the sessions yesterday. Data management has been such an important issue for a long time. I think the pandemic's just heightened awareness of that, and it's really good to hear some of the great examples that are already going on in your organisations and the countries and the professions that you're from. Thank you to everybody who's been watching. Thanks again to the panel, and I'll see you soon in another panel this afternoon. Thank you. Welcome back if you've just had a lunch break, and welcome back to anybody who is joining us, if it's a different time of day where you are joining us from as well. I'd like to welcome you all to Innovation 2020. For some of you, it might be your first session of the two-day event. So just to set a little bit of context, all of the sessions from the last 2 days and the rest of today, they are all about bringing civil servants and civil service partners together to talk about innovation that's happening, to look at some of the barriers that might be in place to innovation, and some of the enablers as well, hopefully to come up with some of those solutions that will help us get better at working across departments, across professions, and across countries in terms of sharing good practice. I'm Siobhan Benita. I was a UK civil servant. I'm now a government commentator and a facilitator for these events. And today, the panel we are going to be discussing right now is one of the 5 themes that have been going on through the Innovation 2020 event. And this one, the theme is commissioning and deploying new technologies. So new and emerging digital technologies in particular have huge potential to support innovative practices and innovation services. But developing, commissioning, and deploying them demands a specific set of skills, along with reformed planning, funding, procurement, and management systems. And emerging technologies like AI bring new challenges around bias, around ethics, and accountability. And on the horizon loom new generations of tech, such as quantum computing. This session will look at how civil services can adapt their approach to suit the strengths, the demands, and the risks of digital technologies, and to consider how some of those technologies are likely to evolve over the coming years. In a moment, I'm going to be introducing our fantastic panel. We've got 5 really expert panel members here. But I'd also like to say, if you are watching now, you have the potential to send in some of your own questions. So please don't be shy. We've got great panel members, as I said. Now is your opportunity to put questions to them. And at the end, time permitting, we will get through as many of those questions as possible. So without further ado, I am going to introduce our fantastic panel members, starting with Chris Ferguson. There they are now. You can see everybody on the screen. Chris Ferguson is Director of Service Design and Assurance, the Government Digital Service in the United Kingdom. And Chris was actually chair of a workshop yesterday looking at the next generation of digital technologies, which was for kind of cross sections, so officials from all kinds of different backgrounds, professions, and departments. We then have Mark Palmer, who's head of public sector for Europe, Middle East, and Africa with Google Cloud, who are one of the great knowledge partners of Innovation 2020. So Chris didn't chair a workshop yesterday, so we'll be picking his brains for his own kind of wealth of experience and expertise on these issues. Then we have Stefan Schlosser, who's Policy Advisor, Digital State Division from the Federal Chancellery in Germany. And Stefan chaired a workshop yesterday for digital data technology, knowledge management and statistics professionals. So officials who work in that kind of area. So it'll be really interesting to get their specific feedback and thoughts on some of these areas. And then we have Melinda Johnson, who's Commercial Director, Department of Health and Social Care in the United Kingdom. And Melinda was also chair of a workshop yesterday, which mainly had commercial and procurement professionals. So they'll bring a different perspective as well to some of these issues. And last but not least, we have Hans-Jörg Schäper, who's Deputy Director General, Information Technology Directorate General, Federal Ministry of Finance in Germany. And Hans-Jörg also chaired a workshop yesterday, and that was for finance, tax, fraud, error and debt professionals. So again, we have 3 different groups of professionals who were all discussing some of these issues yesterday. So I'm going to start by putting a question, a different question to each of our panel members. I'll come one by one in turn, and then we'll have 2 or 3 other questions after that where hopefully we can get into more discussion, and then hopefully we'll have some questions from the audience. So I'm going to turn to Chris first. Chris, you, as I say, you chaired the kind of interdisciplinary workshop yesterday, so you had people with lots of different viewpoints. What kind of their thoughts on what new technologies have the greatest potential to support innovation in government?
Thanks, Siobhan, and hello, everyone. So yes, I chaired a kind of a multidisciplinary panel on the use of innovation in government. And for that session, we broke it actually down into 3 distinct areas to discuss. The first was technology, the second was culture, and the third was around business processes and governance. And we asked a question right at the start of the session saying, which of these 3 areas did the people participating feel that government would most benefit from innovating in? And we did the same part of the session. And so the first poll was actually had culture, innovation in culture being of most value. And that was 55% of the people in the session. And at the end of the session, that had actually gone up to 75%, with technology only being 10% at the beginning and then 5% at the end. So we ended up having, according to the needs of the session, a discussion about culture. And it's very interesting because we quickly got into what exactly is it about government culture, and there are people there from governments across the world that maybe stifles innovation. And we got into risk versus reward, and how, if you're a venture capitalist, you're taking risks, you're making a series of bets, and maybe you have a 20% success rate, a 50% success rate. But in governments, we're kind of obliged by our governance and by using taxpayers' money to promise a 100% success rate, because innovation requires experimentation and inevitably failure. But because our processes don't really take that into account, you're in a kind of, you must not deliberately fail at anything, because that would be wasting public funds to kind of go into something not knowing if it's going to be successful or not. So you have an immediate barrier, a culture barrier, that comes into play. And the other cultural element that needs overcome, as we discussed in the group, was around how over time, culture can become an informal set of rules. So even if you do want to buy things differently, if you do want to deliver things differently, you may come across in other professions people who are unwilling to go with a new way of doing things, and not because it's against any specific rules, but just because the prevailing culture over potentially decades means that kind of approach is different. You're not following in footsteps of other officials, and you're trying to chart a new course, and there's an inertia in the system that comes with that. So we had a really interesting conversation about culture. We did talk about technology a little bit, but we talked mainly about technology in a general way to describe it as a design choice, that the needs of the user, the needs of the service you're developing, the needs of the business really define the technology you choose. And if that happens to be a cutting edge, highly innovative technology, use of algorithms, artificial intelligence, etc., then that's appropriate. But if existing technology exists, that is perfectly suited to meet the needs of the service and of the end user, then it's completely appropriate to use that too.
Great, thank you so much. Interesting that you wanted to have a conversation about technology, and straight away people started talking about culture. So maybe that's something we can come back to, I think, when we talk about maybe some of the barriers and the obstacles as well that are in place to adopting some of these technologies to drive forward innovation. Mark, I'm going to come to you now for your thoughts on kind of what are the biggest opportunities here if we can get civil servants to adopt new technologies. I mean, many already are, but we want more to do this.
Yes, thank you, Siobhan. And I would actually agree, culture is the biggest inhibitor or enabler of new technologies. So actually, it's in line with our thinking. It's typically 75, 85% of the challenge. In terms of the improvements of new technologies, new technologies effectively help communication and collaboration, both not just internal but external. If we look at how we're all using new technology in our personal lives, that's essentially what this technology provides. But importantly, it also enables agility, an agility to change, coming back to culture again. And new technologies really enable that rapid change, as we've seen no more than any other time, certainly in my career over the past 8 or 9 months. And so embracing these new technologies, which bring with them a certain sense of agility, as opposed to the legacy technologies that my industry created over the past 30 years, and it's been designed for change. So whether that is cloud, whether that is some of the underlying technologies that we use in things like cloud, like you may have heard of things like containerization, all of these technologies are enabling change, rapid change. So teams can change architectures, can change the design of what is being asked of the business to deliver. So it's agility is the first thing. And it also refocuses the organization from managing complex IT infrastructures to really focusing on the business outcomes. And that is really a key element of this change of culture. So rather than having large teams, managing complex stacks of infrastructure, you're effectively giving that to companies to manage for you through a cloud platform of some sort or another, or using that even in-house. It simplifies the technology and asking those teams to focus more on the business outcomes and the data to enable those improvements in services by the citizens or business. And so really the big opportunity here, Siobhan, is around how do you improve services to citizens or businesses or whoever the stakeholders are. For example, in welfare, we've seen huge changes in welfare policy over the past few months. How do you correctly and timely fashion deliver those welfare payments? How do you check for improper payments? How do you triage healthcare quicker, manage outpatient bookings faster, deliver telemedicine? All of these are very topical. How do you roll out vaccines? In all of these, there's another challenge that seems to come at us almost on a weekly basis. And so having adaptable technology that can really be agile to address and assist governments in the latest challenge that it's faced with. And this is really about using that technology to plan and triage resources. Ultimately, technology will never take the place of the human being, but it is there to support the human being in the decision-making process. So I think, Siobhan, that's probably given enough ideas and thoughts for me. As you can tell, I could talk all afternoon about it. Let me hand back over to you.
Well, there'll be more opportunity in a minute, don't worry. So it's really nice to hear there. Just a reminder, obviously, that what it's about is improving the civil services. It's about improving the public services, improving services to the public, ultimately. And also something that's come up in other panels, which you touched on there, is the current pandemic and COVID and how that's kind of forced civil services and governments to act in different ways. And maybe we can touch on that in terms of overcoming some of the obstacles when we get into a discussion as well. Stefan, I'm going to ask you now to feed back in terms of your workshop yesterday. What did your kind of officials want to see in terms of innovation in the use of technologies, and what might the barriers have been for that to happen that they saw at the moment? Stefan, over to you.
It's very interesting to see that the people that took part in my workshop totally agree with what Mark and Chris said. So they have also the opinion that culture is much more important than technology or organization, for example, processes. And we discussed about the barriers and drivers of innovation, and also about the strengths, demands, and risks of innovation. And we found out that there are some points that also go together with culture. So, for example, the people think that we need the freedom to explore ideas, much more we have today. That we need a culture of failure, so it must be allowed also to do things wrong, to fail. And they also say that our packed agendas are a problem in terms of innovation. This is what I also found very interesting. And one of the members of my workshop asked if the public sector should be an early adopter. So do we really need innovation? And we all agreed that we don't have to be an early adopter, but it's very important that public sector is also up to date. So we definitely need innovation. And to become more innovative, it might be also very important to improve the recruitment processes, so to find people that are very innovative, let's say. I think these are the main conclusions of the workshop.
Fantastic. Thank you, Stefan. Interesting. We had a panel this morning on skills and tools, and the issue of recruitment and retention of people was obviously a big part of that. So we're starting to see these themes emerging from the different workshops. Melinda, I'm going to ask you the same. So you chaired the workshop with commercial and procurement professionals. So it'd be interesting, what did they think about in terms of adopting new technologies and facilitating innovation?
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm delighted to be here. And it's funny, you know, because we too talked a lot about culture and the way we do things around here, and not much specifically on technology. So it's quite an interesting theme that's emerging, isn't it? So my people tended to be procurement and commercial. So we were looking at this very much through the lens of that, and really thinking about how we could drive more innovation in the way in which we do our commercial work. So whether that's the approaches that we use, or the procedures, or the legislative framework that we work within, how we can really drive innovation. And we did touch on a lot of barriers, which no doubt will come out in the discussion later. But some of the things we were talking about included that when you think about politicians, ministers, and what have you, they are primarily interested in the outcome. And the word outcome has been brought up a few times in the last 10 minutes or so. And outcome is a really key way of thinking about what it is you're trying to deliver. Unfortunately, sometimes we get bogged down in thinking about a product or a solution far too soon, and that obviously will stifle innovation. So we must think about outcomes being king, if you like, rather than necessarily how we go about driving the outcome. And we talked a lot about the importance of collaboration with different functions working together, whether that's a procurement commercial function, with the finance function, the HR function. But in particular, the strategy function came up. And we were all saying that, people that work in strategy in government departments sometimes, they need to, their profile needs to be raised a little bit more. And we need to ensure that they are absolutely involved in all big commercial projects, whatever they would be, the tech or otherwise, in order to ensure that the outcome that the politician, the minister, the government is trying to achieve is in fact strategically well thought through. Now, when you're thinking about innovation, we discussed how sometimes this can be a bit of an overwhelming prospect. So one of the ways which we thought was a good way to chunk things down, to break things up into, segment it really. Segment the outcome into manageable chunks and choose some of those chunks, some of those segments to really think innovatively about. And we can use approaches using the technology area, such as, the agile approaches, the sprints and so on like that. But moreover, it's about just trying to get that cross-functional, collaborative, one team working to think in the most innovative and creative ways about how we could go about delivering the outcome. So much of this is iterative. We've talked about failure. You might fail a couple of times. You've got to keep going, learning from that failure, and pursuing the goal. And another aspect of it, again, it comes back to culture, is the risk appetite of the department. And one of the benefits of doing things in smaller chunks is you don't fall so far, do you, if you happen to get it wrong. And particularly if you chunk things up, so you can have different approaches to innovation for each task you're dealing with. So some might work, some might not. You're not putting all your eggs in one basket. So there's something about managing risk effectively and establishing your risk appetite at the outset, so people feel empowered to pursue what they think should be done. And I'll end in a minute because there's plenty more we can talk about later. But communication and engagement was another theme as well, and that is communicating the policy leaders, whether they're director generals, they were mentioned earlier, weren't they, and ministers about what it is you're doing for them, taking them on the journey, not necessarily to the nth degree of detail, but keeping them informed as to how things are going, because that gives people comfort in how you're going about it.
Thanks, Melinda. So really, really good insights there in terms of better communication of outcomes so that everybody understands what's being aimed for. Different approach to risk management. Again, that's come up in lots of panels already today. I like the idea of chunking things down as well. Again, as we've already had today in this session, being able to not be so afraid of failure and learning from failure is a good thing. And then that really stubborn thing, which I want to come back to in a minute, about cross-functional working, because it's something that we all know we need, but we just can't seem to crack it. So last but not least, I'm going to come to Hans-Jörg to tell me a bit about what was said in his workshop about how the officials working in that area, which was finance, tax, fraud broadly, all of those areas, what did they think about opportunities to innovate through the use of new technologies?
Hello to everyone. Thank you for being part of Innovation 2020. Yes, in my workshop, we discussed from the point of view of the finance and tax professionals. And we discussed how we see the opportunities to innovate in the use of technology. And secondly, we focused on the question, what factors are constraining progress? We find out that in the digital world, the role of the civil service will change. We have to enable participation. So we underline that we have in the future a so-called front office, which enables a permanent and direct contact to the citizens, and we will establish a back office to process on applications completely digital. And when Stefan mentioned the word, should we be the innovators in the civil service, I would underline that we will use new technologies like web-based portals, online services, AI systems and blockchain, chatbots and big data analytics to be up to date in the civil service. So I think we have to adopt this new role and even to be innovator in the digital process, which is the main changer, the main game changer. On the second hand, we see there are some things that constrain this progress. Members of my workshop mentioned that there is a lack of funding, and being part or member of the Ministry of Finance, I see what they mean, because we have to look on the revenues and the expenditure, even in this quite difficult economic situation right now. Second, they mentioned their limited hardware. Not everybody is able to work from home because not everybody has a tablet, for example. And they mentioned that some platforms are not working. So we have to focus even on that we have to avoid the mistakes sometimes happening, even processing digital work in progress.
Thanks very much, Anne. That was really good. I mean, you've kind of nicely transitioned us, I think, into the discussion around constraints and obstacles and barriers. But before we go there, I just wanted to pick up. So, Stefan, if I'm correct in saying, you were saying that your group said that the public sector doesn't necessarily need to be the early adopter in kind of new technologies and innovation, Whereas I think what Hans-Jörg was saying there is that we should be the early adopters in some of these things. So I just very quickly wanted to take the thoughts of the other three panelists on what they think on that. Should the civil service, should civil services around the world and their partners be leading the way, be showing the way in this, or is this something that we should be learning from others?
Sure. Could I add one aspect to this item?
Yeah.
We just established a lab called Artificial Intelligence and Quantum Computing, even to draft a concept of artificial intelligence in civil services. And that is, in my opinion, the new role of the civil service, even in Germany.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So Melinda, I'm going to ask you, if you like, just quickly to talk about this. Should we be the early adopters or not? Should we be pushing the boundaries on this?
Not. In all seriousness, I think it depends on what it is, doesn't it? And you know, we do have fiscal constraints. In fact, one of the things my team were talking about was certainly in the UK, we tend to have sort of yearly cycles of funding, and some of this thing is a bit, you have to prioritise basically, and prioritise heavily where you're going to use taxpayers' money. Obviously, we have to prioritise and evidence things and do business cases and governance and all that. We can't just be, you know, profligate in any way. We have to think about exactly where we're spending our money. So we have to balance that. And the funding cycles can constrain us, because sometimes the more innovative things we want to do are to put to the bottom of the list, whilst we focus on the main things that we know we've got to do. So there is something that our team talked about by way of prioritisation. But I think what we can do is feel the match on innovative thinking, and we shouldn't constrain ourselves in our thinking or the way in which we go about our business, albeit cognizant of that, you know, we can't be wasting money. We have to have a good, you know, we've got to feel fairly confident that there's going to be some degree of success and some benefit from what we're doing. Otherwise, you know, it could be problematic.
Yeah, I think that question of prioritising when there are so many challenges and so many huge demands at the moment is a really, really difficult one for civil servants. Mark, I'm going to come to you to, one, give your thoughts on constraints and kind of obstacles that you see, but also you've had a good kind of oversight of what's going on in civil services. Do you think they are kind of leading the way? Should they be leading the way in innovation in technologies?
To some extent, I agree with Siobhan. It depends. The scale and the challenges faced by many parts of the public sector are so huge and so unique that really it really demands innovation to be able to manage those situations. Other parts of the public sector, you probably would not want to innovate. And so it really depends. But I certainly think innovation, in terms of the ability to address the big challenges that are coming at all of us at the moment, is the way forwards. And I think there are four things that really public sector organizations really struggle with when it comes to new technology. And in short, they're trust, skills, the commercial model, but also there is a technical challenge. And in 2 minutes, I'll tell you what these are. Trust is about, do we really trust these AI machine learning models? And where is my data and what's happening to it? They're the two big things in under the subject of trust. At Google, we use something called explainable AI, so you can explain all these AI machine learning models to customers, and the users can see how they're working. So that is really important of trust. As human beings, we like to understand how things work rather than a black box model. When it comes to data, we encrypt every single bit of data, no matter where it is in the process, and customers have complete control over their data. So trust is really important, and for technology companies like mine, we have to take this very, very seriously. Otherwise, these new technologies are just not utilized if customers are not trusting the technology. Skills, and I don't just mean technical skills, I mean business skills, in how the ability of what technology and innovation can deliver for the business and how it can have a positive impact on the outcome. So it's skills as much outside of the technology shop, actually, that's important. Commercial, I'll touch on briefly because, for example, cloud changes budgeting models from capital models to revenue type models. And then there's the question of how do we know how much you're going to spend on a cloud, because you pay for what you consume. We have mechanisms for capping that, but it does require a change in how you manage the commercial relationship with suppliers as the public sector. And then the one technical point that is a challenge is the legacy. There is so much technical legacy around, and by that I mean old systems, be they mainframes, be they software stacks, and there's such huge amounts of data. You've got to take great care in how you move from the legacy world into the modern world. And so really they're the main challenges as we see them.
Brilliant, thanks, Mark. That's a really good overview, especially the legacy challenges are huge, definitely. Chris, I want to come back to you for the last voice on the issue of constraints, and also your thoughts on the extent to which public sector is a kind of leader.
Sure. So on constraints, yeah, we've said it a few times already. There's culture, and I think it's important for people to recognise that as a digital leader in the British government, I'm not in charge of all the things that make up my context. So I might be responsible for digital data and technology, but I'm not responsible for the HR profession, the estates profession. I'm not responsible for the commercial profession, or for public procurement. So all the things, all the links in the chain that you have to influence in order to get yourself to a foundation where you can begin to perform and develop, entirely digital systems, entirely digital processes, even just to land agile methodology as an approach to tackling government problems. It's important to recognise that your digital colleagues aren't necessarily gifted, the full scope, the full jurisdiction it takes to make a lot of these things happen. So constraints, I think that's really important to understand that it's a massive team effort, and you need to define yourself and how you engage with all these already usually quite well-defined parts of government. With regard to innovation and early adoption thing, I think the way I recognise everything Mark said as correct. I'd say a lot of it boils down to whether or not government can be a smart customer of a given technology. Often what we need in government when we're trying to move away from legacy systems is we need flexibility. We often need something that's quite a commodity stage, so that it is trusted, it is resilient, bulletproof, can be adopted as known and understood, it can work with other systems. And we need things to work at scale because we are a government. But even that needs to be understood in the context. I mean, a given high street bank probably does more transactions in a week than the government does in a year. So we're not so unique and special in the context of scale. But where we can be a leader around new technology is around how we incorporate it ethically into the provision of public services, how we look at regulation of new technology, both in terms of how we apply it, but how it operates in the industry. These are areas we need to be groundbreaking in because the pace of change is so significant, and we need to not stifle innovation and stifle industry, but we need to do our best to understand and keep up with the impacts on wider society and on service provision. And then my final point would be something I'm very interested in personally, which is looking at all the innovation, all the technology out there, is what constitutes the 21st century equivalent of public goods. In the past, we've had police forces and streetlights, things like that are paid for out of general taxation, but are there for everybody. And I find it hard to believe, given the digital revolution, the technology revolution, that governments around the world shouldn't be thinking about what are the public goods, what are the things that everyone should have and have access to and be able to use, that is provided by government. And I think that's a fascinating question to think about as we move into the kind of the next phase of digital data and technology in government.
Brilliant. Thank you. I can't believe how quickly the time has gone. I think we've probably got time for one more round of thoughts from all of you. And we've had a couple of comments. So one comment is agreeing with what people have said about it's difficult to be leading the way when in the civil service you have those legacy issues, for example, using repurposed IT systems. So it's quite hard to be kind of leading the way on some of this. But I want to put a question to you from somebody who sent a question in. This comes in from Rachel. And add that with one thing that I would like to pick up on as well. So the question is, how do we innovate while keeping the lights on? So in some instances, we can't afford to fail. Yeah, we have to keep collecting tax and paying benefits. So how do we do all these new things safely? So I'm going to put that question to all of you. And at the same time, maybe, because this is the final round, give me some thoughts on great examples of where you think we're managing to do this. If you can think of one thing where we're managing to innovate well, maybe something you've seen because of the pandemic, where we've been forced to kind of innovate or use new technologies. And I'm going to come to Hans Jörg first.
Thanks. That is a very good question. I'd like to ask very shortly. First, we are inventing new project management systems. So the skills of the new members of the Ministry of Finance will be that the staff will be more interdisciplinary. We need more data scientists. We need a culture of feedback and flexibility, and the organization as well will be flat in future. And at least to keep it secure, we have to keep the data safe and secure. So we have to invent in cloud technology, but in cloud technology that enables us the digital governance and the digital sovereignty on the level of the federation, or even in Germany, the countries, the Länder. At least I'd like to mention we need a change of mentality. I think we have to cooperate in the future with startups to enable us to see what will be the next step in digitalization. Siobhan?
Brilliant. Thanks so much. That's really, really useful there. And I'm going to come to Melinda next for your thoughts, Melinda.
Thank you. I think you can do both. I think you can keep the lights on, keep doing what you've been doing, and then pilot something new at the same time. So it's not like a binary thing. You can pilot something new, think creatively and innovatively from a technology point of view or whatever, and then if it works, scale that up and replace the existing thing. And you know, I'm talking about that theoretically at the moment. I'm not a technical technology specialist, but certainly on policy areas, that's the sort of thing that we've been trying to do. That we're thinking about things like the social care system, for example, to the Department of Health and Social, and we've been, thinking about new creative ways of tackling some of the challenges there. So I think, you know, as long as you can start small, test things, be prepared to fail, and then scale up when they work, you can keep them on the bigger thing. I just want to add as well, my team that we were talking to yesterday talked a lot about systems thinking. And I don't mean system as in a technology system. I mean in terms of a system such as the whole of the government in the UK, for example, tackling a particular strategic issue together, cross-departmentally and from a policy point of view. And we could do that, you know, through the lens of technology as well. So we just wanted to add in the importance of proper systems thinking and not being inward focused on your own departmental priority.
Yeah, absolutely. So not just culture, it does involve kind of systems and processes as well. Great. I'm going to come to Mark. Mark, for your thoughts on this.
Thank you. I would agree with that, Melinda. So you can certainly trial things in parallel to live production. You can create a sandbox. You can stream off data. You could even stream off live data into your sandbox to try innovative ideas, whatever they may be, separately. So as you rightly say, you can't, you know, you've got to keep the lights going, or you've got to modify the plane as you're still flying. It's another analogy. But it is possible with modern technology to be able to create a sandbox for fairly low cost and actually try some ideas out in a secure manner with some kind of a sandbox approach. On innovation, I see all kinds of innovation around the world at the moment, largely around inserting AI and machine learning into traditional workflows, things like document management or voice. For example, the Spanish welfare agency recently used a chatbot when the COVID crisis first hit to manage welfare payments. We got 7,000 hits a second, and the system managed it and diverted incoming callers to the right resource. And so just things like that, you know, the scale of that was just unimaginable. We'd never seen anything like that much in Google. And actually, we were pleasantly surprised, to be honest, that it scaled that rapidly, that quickly, because we've never been able to test it to that extent. But even some other strange things, like we've got buses running around the US looking for potholes just by image analysis, you know. And so when you start to think of where you could save money or resources using this technology, if you can see it as a vision or hear it as a voice or read it as a document, there is the technology now to, you know, take cost out, be more effective, prioritize and triage. I mean, that simple example of potholes, you know, you're triaging where to send your road teams to go first. But that applies to a lot of things in life. Even the other end of the spectrum in the clinical world, which is where triage is used all the time, you have models to help eye consultants triage the most needy eye patients in a place like India, where there's only a handful of eye consultants. So it's about prioritizing.
Yeah. And I think it's really good to have those concrete examples. It helps people understand what this is about and maybe helps tackle the culture issues as well. So thanks, Mark. Stefan, I'm going to come to you to answer as well the question around, can you do this and keep the lights on? Because that was your group was a bit, I guess, skeptical about whether we could do this. So your thoughts on that, and then any examples you've got of where innovation and technology is working well.
Yeah, first of all, I totally agree with everything that has been said. I want to bring a new aspect into the discussion. We talked about ex-novation. And ex-novation means that we abolish or withdrawn things we don't need anymore. So systems, processes, practices, technologies, whatever. And I think that ex-novation can bring us also to become, or can help us to be more innovative, let's say. I think this is also a very interesting aspect. And if we, I think we have to be innovative. And one example for that is the field of digital sovereignty. If we want to stay sovereign, then we need, or if we want to regain sovereignty, let's say, then I think we have to be very innovative. One example might be, for example, the field of digital identity. We all see that big platforms from out of Europe are getting into the field of digital identity. You all know the buttons login with Google, login with Facebook, and so on. And if we want to regain sovereignty in that field, then we have to be very innovative. We have to establish ecosystems and open systems that allow us to share almost every credential without using such platforms. So we definitely have to be innovative just to compete with others.
I think that's a really good point. It's not, in a world where everybody's innovating, it's not really a question of can we do this? It's we have to do this in governments, in the civil services, to keep up with everybody else, but also to deliver those excellent services that we want to deliver to the public. Chris, I'm going to come to you, and this might be the last kind of thoughts actually on this. So, can we do this and keep the lights on? You had a kind of cross group of officials from different kind of professions, and also any great examples that you know of from the UK or elsewhere of where technology is being used to innovate.
So my thoughts, try and bring this home, are, first of all, I'm not sure it's necessary to see lights on versus innovation as opposing forces in government. The idea that inside government, absolutely every area and every system, every service has to be innovating wildly at all times. I don't know if that's helpful in terms of culture. That feels like we're swinging from one extreme to another. I do think the challenges we've got around personalization of services, like Stefan was just saying there, like digital identity, allowing that, but also around accessibility. There's all kinds of implications for our users of adopting new technologies, whether it's voice tech or AR or anything else, that raise questions around the accessibility of services. And public services need to be accessible by everybody. We're not taking a commercial decision to say, well, it's okay if 20%, 30% of the population don't want to use us. We are the monopoly of public service provision. So we have to make sure that we're not alienating or excluding people by adopting particular technologies. That's important. There's a quote I really like by a science fiction writer called William Gibson, which is that the future is all around us. It's just unevenly distributed. And I think that's very true in government. It's very true in the public sector, where you can see pockets of great success and real innovation and real imagination, and it's working. One of the things we have to do is figure out how to scale that, both in terms of the outcomes they've come to, but also the manner and the culture they've created that allows that to happen. So I choose not to see it as lights on versus innovation. I think we have to find a harmony between the things that we need to do now and that allow us to innovate, but also recognizing that it's not going to be a constant storm of endless adoption of new technology. But that should be possible. It should be possible if that is the appropriate technology to incorporate.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Really good to end on that positive note. Our time has flown by. I think it's been a great discussion. You've shown both the benefits, what can be achieved by adopting new technologies, why it's so important, but also some of those stubborn obstacles that still exist that we need to overcome to be able to do this in the most effective way. And great to hear those examples from different countries, from Germany, from the UK and elsewhere, about what's already happening. So a huge thank you from me to our wonderful panelists there. Thank you so much for that brilliant discussion. Thank you to everybody else who is watching. And I will see you shortly in the next panel, I hope, which will be starting in a few minutes' time. Thank you, and bye to all of our panelists there today.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to everybody who is joining us for this session, whatever time of day it is, wherever you are joining us from around the world. For some of you, this might be the first session that you are joining of Innovation 2020, so a very special welcome from me. Just to set the background, Innovation 2020 is all about bringing civil servants from different countries, different departments, different professions together to discuss innovation that's already happening, to look at the barriers that might be in place to innovation, and hopefully come up with some of the practical solutions and ideas for how we can overcome those barriers going forward. I'm Siobhan Benita. I'm a former UK civil servant and now a government commentator and a facilitator in these events. And the panel that we are about to enter into now is a panel discussion on programme governance and finance. And in a moment, I will say a little bit more about that topic. I will introduce our panel members as well. But in the meantime, I want you all who are joining us to be thinking about the questions that you might like to put to our expert panel members, because hopefully at the end of the discussion, we will have a chance to answer some of the questions that you have put as well. So in terms of the topic, programme governance and finance, well, most countries' systems of accountability, funding and management run vertically down deep departmental structures. But many civil service innovations demand collaborative, cross-departmental actions and programmes. And this poses a challenge to traditional approaches to project governance, demanding shared structures that retain clear lines of accountability whilst permitting that better joined up decision-making. And many innovative and digital projects are best developed through iterative agile methods, which can clash with those established systems for project approval, for business planning and budgeting. So in this session, we'll consider how programme approval, management and governance processes can best be adapted to support more innovation across government. I'm now going to introduce our fantastic panel members. We have Paul O'Neill. Paul is Deputy Chief Executive of Operations and General Counsel, Serious Fraud Office in New Zealand. Hello, Paul. And Paul was chair of, hello, morning to you over there in New Zealand. Paul was chair of a workshop yesterday for finance, tax, fraud and debt professionals. So we'll be getting their particular kind of take on this. Then I'd like to introduce Vesa Lipponen, who's Chief Information Officer from the Ministry of Finance in Finland. And Vesa was chair of a workshop yesterday that included programme and project management professionals. So we'll have a slightly different point of view coming back from the feedback from that workshop. And I'm delighted today to be joined in person, because it's a very rare thing at the moment. We are appropriately socially distanced here in the studio by Matthew Rees, who's Director of Regulation and Economics, Single Source Regulations Office in the United Kingdom. Hello, Matthew. And you chaired the workshop yesterday that had commercial and procurement officials. Okay. And then last, but definitely not least, we have Kevin Cunnington, who's Director General, International Government Service, United Kingdom. And Kevin also chaired a workshop yesterday, and that included, that was on governance of cross-departmental programs, but you had kind of civil servants from different professions and different backgrounds, so a whole group of people in that workshop. So that will be a different perspective as well. I'm going to kick off by asking each of our panel members a slightly different question. Then we'll go into a bit of a discussion around a couple of other questions. And then, as I said, if you're watching, please don't forget to submit any questions that you would like answered, because we really do have great expertise in the room here, and it would be a shame to waste that opportunity. Paul, I'm going to come to you first, and I'm going to ask you, do you think there are any innovations in New Zealand that you think have helped to support collaboration and better programme governance?
Yeah, I think there are a couple I'd like to mention. The first one would be, I suppose, a set of conditions which encouraged a different way of thinking, and I think probably quite really genuine innovation. And that was the introduction of a well-being approach in New Zealand to both formulating budgets, policy, and I suppose the targets of the government of the day. And that was a shift away from a GDP focus on performance, which was the traditional one, and obviously quite an effective way of measuring the economic output of a country, but relatively one-dimensional. And so the well-being approach forced each government department and put them in a position where they had to consider it from a different perspective, had to consider sort of well-being domains, which I think promoted, firstly, a different language. So you were looking at outcomes around well-being that included things like civic engagement and governance, cultural identity, environment, health, housing, those type of domains. So it put people in a position where they're formulating what the achievements of the program might be in a different language. And it had to be more creative around the targets they were going to set and how they were going to achieve them. It also, I think, put people in a position where collaboration was essential. You were having to connect the outcomes that you might be trying to achieve. In our context at the Serious Fraud Office, it was fraud prevention and ensuring good checks and balances in place to ensure public money wasn't lost. But you had to connect those with the specific opportunities that might be gained or lost through that activity in spaces like education or health or housing. And it was one of those genuinely disruptive type of changes whereby it made a lot of finance professionals a little bit uncomfortable because it was a different way of thinking and a different way of measuring and framing up the programs they were running. But it actually led to a lot of innovative thinking, I think, because people just had to frame things in a different way. And it meant that collaboration wasn't just important, it was essential because you were in a position where you had to connect your outcomes and the way your program was running with other outcomes. And that collaboration led from a personal perspective to better counter-fraud measures, to better thought given about the opportunities that were being missed and the information that could be shared across different areas to get better outcomes. So that was one innovation that we discussed yesterday from a New Zealand perspective that seemed to really work.
Fantastic. Thank you. That's such a brilliant example to start with. And I know it's one that many other countries now are looking to see if they can adopt a similar approach as well. And it is interesting how just choosing that outcome forced so many different parts of the kind of government structure to work in a different way. Thank you. Besa, I'm going to come to you. In terms of your workshop yesterday, how do you think that program and project managers, how are they saying that they want to work more innovatively?
Thank you for asking. We did have some time to talk, discuss about this thing. And the best thing, I think, was that we had this, well, it's not a good thing, but we did have this disruption about the COVID-19. And it sort of changed a lot of things that we have been doing. We have been more agile. We have been faster than normally. The politicians normally ask us to be very risk-orientated, that we wouldn't make mistakes, we wouldn't throw away the taxpayers' money, so to say. And now we have been faster than before, and it makes the working also more agile. We have to do more co-work than normally, and I think this is something that people really are looking forward to doing. For example, we had in Finland this application that you can put your virus infection in place on your own phone. And the phone then tells you how many people you have been in contact with. We have the Bluetooth in the phone, and it took only 3 months to get this done. Normally, it would take a lot longer. There was legislation we had to change, and then there's a technical part of course. There is a security problem or issues that you have to take account, and I would say it would take 1 to 2 years, even if you got the finance. Now we got the finance very fast, and the results were done fast because there was simultaneous really working lawyers and the technicians, engineers, and this is something that we I think really enjoy and are going to probably see more in the future. Although it's hard to say how much we actually adapt from this abnormal situation. Is it the new normal, or is it something that we do now and then afterwards just look back and hope that we could have that back? I hope not. I hope we can adapt a lot of this kind of things.
Thank you. That's another really interesting example, and hopefully we can touch on, I think, COVID and how it's forced innovation has come up in so many of the panels today. Maybe we can touch on that a bit in the discussion afterwards, whether we can all capture those lessons learned, as you say, and not lose some of that learning. But also, I just think it's fascinating what you said. Part of this event, obviously, is about sharing best practice around the globe, not just across departments. And the idea of the COVID apps, there's a brilliant example of where I think countries could have shared kind of best practice probably more effectively than they have as well. Not mentioning the UK, of course. Matthew, I'm going to come over to you now to say, in terms of your workshop yesterday, so what examples of innovation did the officials come up with, and what do they feel about kind of innovation in their area?
Well, I think starting with that second question, certainly unilateral support for the proposition that governance is really strained when we get into innovation. So we ran an audience poll and that was confirmed. And I thought sort of examples came across a whole range of fields really, defence procurement, regulation of defence procurement that I'm involved in, but also things around government balance sheet management and the management of contingent liabilities. Obviously, that the audience on my workshop was from the finance point of view as well as procurement. So the sort of examples that were coming up there were around issuing loan guarantees. That was quite a prevalent issue now across the COVID response again. So what we see there is some concerns about how departments develop their own policies in isolation and whether there's sufficient coordination from the centre. But on the opposite side, when you get too much central direction, whether that stifles innovation and prevents people from solving the issues specific to their policy area.
When you say procurement, again, I think that's something that in COVID people have to move really fast. Did you just say anything about what they've learned in terms of the current period, in terms of how that can be done better?
Well, I think generally speaking, in follow the regulations, and that requires, I think, ostensibly a level playing field for all participants in a market, but quite often the pace at which things move just makes it very difficult. So, as we see in numerous areas of policy now, getting to the market, getting supply of any description that suits the purpose is probably prioritised now over that theoretical market competition that procurement was set up for. So, I mean, I think people are obviously obliged to get value for money in the process, and that came across from all walks of the participants on this. I think the concern really is that the governance has really fitted the task. I guess the dimension that typically goes vertically is around value. So you delegate out the small stuff and centralise the large stuff. But whether that's the right dimension to be prioritised all the time.
Fantastic, thank you. And Kevin, I'm going to come to you. So you had the workshop with officials from different professions, a whole range of different professions. How did they think that the pandemic had affected cross-departmental working? And picking up on what Reza had said, did they think there were lessons that we could draw from this period in terms of how civil services had responded?
Yeah, I think so. We did focus a little bit on the domestic, but also, as you might expect, given my job title, on internationally as well. And oddly enough, we've been incredibly busy internationally throughout the pandemic. And it shows, I believe, that there is a genuine desire to collaborate internationally. And what we've done is we've curated 3 good examples for you, and then 1 second where we found it more difficult. So in terms of initiatives we've been asked to help share, we've had quite a lot of interest from other countries on best practice for video conferencing, how to make them more interactive. I think what most of us found, particularly at the start, is they tend to be quite broadcasting. So we spent a lot of time and energy as the UK trying to introduce polling, trying to introduce questions, trying to introduce more interaction, mix it up a bit by using different speakers to keep it interesting. And we've been sharing that knowledge with other countries as well. The other thing we've been asked to help out on is training for digital. Previously, all our digital training for civil servants was in the classroom. We've now virtualized all that, and that's proved to be very popular with a number of countries who want to continue to make progress in digital during the lockdown. And then finally, I chaired a UN conference last week on what's called Safe Tech. Safe Tech is a set of technologies that are used to help keep the internet safe from cyberbullying, underage admissions and the like. And there's a lot of interest across the world on what the UK is doing in this space where we're genuinely a leader. and a lot of interest in collaborating with us, both to create the similar sets of legislation, but also to harness the same set of tools. And then finally, some of the areas we found more difficult though. So yesterday, the workshop found that people find it much more difficult to build new teams. I've experienced that myself. I think we all find it just a little bit harder to disagree with people virtually. It doesn't everything come across quite in the same way. And it's quite difficult to read people's body language virtually as well, which I think doesn't help that situation. Interestingly though, people think there's much more emphasis now on having good documentation ahead of meetings, and people are taking more time and effort to carefully read the documentation. So in general, we've remained very busy. I think there's a tremendous amount of willingness to continue to collaborate internationally, and things have been going pretty well for us.
Brilliant, thanks. That's a nice positive note to end that first round of comments on. I do want to pick up though on what you said. There are still some barriers. There are still some, especially in terms of big projects, you know, big kind of governance issues and finance issues. So I want to come to each of you, picking up not just on what was said in your workshop yesterday, although I'm interested to hear that, but also from your own experiences. What do you think are the most stubborn obstacles that still exist when it comes to innovation in the area of program governance and finance? We will talk a minute about how we overcome them, but I'm just interested in your thoughts on what are those really stubborn issues, because we've been talking about things like better cross-departmental working, better collaboration for years and years and years, and I think now as the pandemic has shown the need for cross-country kind of collaboration as well. But what are some of the other issues? I'm going to mix it. I'm going to come to Vesa first on this one.
Thank you. Yes, come up with a lot of barriers in the workshop, and it wasn't hard to find those even before the workshop. So I think the most obvious one or the biggest one is the fear of the new. We do want innovation, but we want the innovation to be something cute that we can keep on our hands and say that, look at, this is my new innovation. But unfortunately, the innovation doesn't work that way. It usually changes things. And the change is something that we are very scared of in a government level. I don't mean this individually. We do have great people here and I know globally everywhere. But basically, the change isn't the normal thing to do for a government. So this is the first thing. And then there is the not knowing what's going to come, like the unknown outcomes of the innovation that are the problem. And then there is when you put those sort of not knowing exactly what you're doing, you're creating a big change, but not actually knowing is it going to work or not. And then there comes the idea of this might be a risk to my career, to this company, this organization, or it's a political risk. And this is the most hard thing. Everybody wants those quick wins or wins. Nobody wants those losses. Yeah. And this is the thing that I think is the most sort of biggest problem with this one. And I think we should sort of understand the risk that we are taking, then put it down and accept it, and try to move on. That would be sort of our group and my way of trying to come over that fear.
Yeah, thank you. It's interesting that really picks up on themes that have emerged from other panels about some of the biggest obstacles are not necessarily the structures or the lack of infrastructure. They're about kind of human things, about culture and fear and those kind of issues coming out as well. Matthew, I'm going to come to you. Do you agree with that? Are the biggest obstacles cultural or are they structural?
Well, I think certainly cultural. I mean, I think we all know that teams work best when they bring a range of skills and diversity. That's certainly our workshops. But the theme I wanted to pick up was the difference between the project and the portfolio. And I think we saw a number of examples, both in the public and private sector, where if government looks at things as a portfolio, then it can take more risk because it's got more opportunity. And certainly the examples, and I've certainly had experience personally in the private sector, where you know that certain sort of innovations will fail, but you know that, and that's not a failure. Whereas in the public sector, you can't tolerate a single failure. And that's often because things are a little bit siloed, either at the project level, they're not looking at the program portfolio, or at a government level, they're not looking at it across the departments, they're looking at each department individually. And it's unfair to criticize individual departments or teams because they're doing the best with what they know. But I think what's missing sometimes is the ability to talk across departments, across disciplines, across organizations, and across the public-private boundaries. That's really where you see success coming from portfolios, and we see the big technology ventures that have thrived on that, investors thrive on that. We're all familiar with it in all walks of life, but when it comes to the classic vertical departmental lines, it's somehow left out of the picture. So I think that's perhaps a key theme that's come across. I think we can see that applied in other circumstances where the portfolio is better than it's worth more than the individual parts, and it tolerates some failures, and wants to find those successes.
Brilliant, thank you. That's again another thing that's come up in lots of the workshops and panels today. Kevin, I'm going to ask you, it's going to get harder as I come to the last two panel members to say what are the biggest obstacles. So if they've already been said, feel free to just say that. But what do you think are the really big stubborn obstacles that are still there?
So, well, we, let's say in English, ate our own dog food, Siobhan, and we did a bit of polling around our workshop. And interestingly enough, genuinely thought this would be the opposite. 67% of people said that innovation and collaboration had improved during the pandemic. But one of the examples, before we did the breakouts, I took the opportunity to give people one or two examples to think about from my own experience. And the following one that I'm going to describe now landed particularly well with people. So I talked about when I first joined the civil service, and we wanted to move away from, if you like, our existing procedures and controls to working in an agile way. And government's agile methodology comprises a number of stages, but the first two stages are, first of all, we do a discovery, and that is to figure out whether we can really state the problem in the right way and we know the problem we're trying to fix. The second part we call alpha, which is building a set of prototypes. So we establish in our own mind that we actually understand the problem and we have the technology to address it. When we did a survey of all the original agile projects in the Department of Work and Pensions, we found out that it cost as much in time and money to go through the process than it did to do the work, if that doesn't make sense. So it's equally as expensive just to follow the process as it was, or to get through the bureaucracy as it was to get to the end point and have an output. And so the permanent secretary and I agreed a new approach, because clearly this was madness, and we agreed that I would have a large fund available to me, and I could authorize anyone, within some provisions of good sense, to start discovery in alpha, and I would pay for that. And then if that was all successful, and it need not be successful, because we accepted that in some of these things it's better to fail, and if you're going to fail, it's better to fail fast, as we described it, then we could go on to proceed. But actually just giving me the latitude to allow people to crack on from day one, not worry about the bureaucracy, but just try and get to an outcome that was either positive or would failed, and we accepted we need to go back and rethink the idea, or it wasn't a good idea at all, was tremendously innovative. And we had lots more people coming forward then, because they could see that they could get on with things rather more quickly than they'd used to. They could avoid the bureaucracy, and that was a really positive outcome for us back in that's about 6 years ago now, the early days.
I like the way you've given that, you kind of turn that round to show the way things should be done. But I guess by giving us that example, you're saying one of the obstacles is that other people aren't given that space to kind of test things out in that way and be able to fail in that kind of way as well. Paul, I'm going to come to you for your thoughts on kind of what are some of those big constraints and obstacles that are still in the way for innovating when it comes to large projects and big programs and finance.
Yeah, sure. And to echo some of the other panelists' comments, I think it's really a mindset shift which is required and which is the barrier at the moment. From my perspective, and some of the examples I've experienced during COVID in particular is, firstly, a failure to engage outside of your space, and in particular with the private sector. When we look at sort of COVID relief programs, private sector organisations are often going to be part of the delivery chain, or they're going to understand processes and backgrounds that are really relevant to what you're trying to design. But there's been a reluctance to sort of access the private sector's information and channels of communication, and that really needs to change. and leading on from that, I think one of the things we tested with sort of the myths and realities, and this is in a New Zealand context, but it probably exists in other jurisdictions, around the ability to share information. You obviously have to do it appropriately. You have to do it in line with the relevant restrictions around privacy and data sharing in your jurisdiction. But there's a real reticence to, I suppose, examine the full extent of those information sharing abilities. There's a perception that we just can't share, or if we share in that way, that would be inappropriate. And you know, you get that from a certain extent. It's a risk-averse approach to take, and in some context, sensible. But COVID put us in a position where we had to test our ability to share information. It was found that I think a lot of public sector agencies and a lot of people trying to design programs were actually far short of the limits of their ability to share information. And COVID put those people in a position where they had to test that and either be a bit innovative with how they framed it and how they treated the information before they shared it, or just to reassess what those abilities actually were. And I suppose the last point I mentioned was I think we underuse, so government's ability to acquire information has far outpaced its ability to deal with it sensibly. We get a lot of information in, but we're not as good yet at analysing it as we are at collecting it. And COVID, I think, put us in a position where the sort of centres of expertise across government, which have the ability to analyse information using data analytics or artificial intelligence in some instances, that information being shared and an ability to deal with the wealth of data that we actually have is essential, because otherwise we're just sitting on a lot of information which will give us comfort and make us feel well informed, but we're not dealing with it appropriately and actually analysing it and getting full value for it. In some ways, the collection's a waste of resource, but the ability to deal with it is out there if you connect with other agencies, either in the government sector or in the private sector, with some innovative ways to actually deal with the information you've got.
Examples there, concrete examples, and totally agree with the that we could be much better at sharing information. We've done some sessions today on data sharing, for example, and people not understanding what they can and can't share, but also the need to have the right data and share it in the right way. So I think management of it really important. We've had a question come in from Brad Bass. So I'm going to ask this to all of you, and it does touch on what we've been saying about kind of cross-agency, cross-departmental working, and I certainly found this myself when I was in the civil service. So Brad says, I found that the most difficult aspect of cross-agency collaboration is transferring funds between government agencies so that the programme spending can flow through one government agency, typically the lead agency. Is this an issue that emerged in your sessions, and how are other countries coping with this issue? So I'm going to ask for your thoughts on that, either from your workshop or from your own thoughts on that issue as well. Is funding one of the key obstacles to kind of cross-agency, cross-departmental working? And Matthew, why don't we start with your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, no, thank you. I think, no, this has come up actually. I'm not sure it came up so clearly in the workshop, but I certainly had that experience when looking at contingent liabilities. So the Treasury ran what's known as a balance sheet review and was trying to figure a way to put a central capability into government to help manage all the loan guarantee schemes. It was pretty timely, actually, because all of that work was published just before COVID, and since then there's been a huge expansion of guarantees. But that issue of how does a central expertise charge for its services across government, or should it just be free at the point of use, is a real challenge. You know, I think it's not necessarily a level playing field if you're going to have no charging model. Do people take that advice for granted? Do they overburden it? Can the department that's given that responsibility cover its costs? Does it add value? You know, is it ultimately a market participant? So I think that is a central question that's probably worth exploring in quite a few aspects of it. Internal charging models, I don't think they're particularly commonplace in government. There's one example which I think works really well, which is the Government Actuaries Department. I mean, they're specifically covering their costs with a small surplus over their running costs. And I don't think anybody challenges that as a market distortion, frankly, but that's clearly a risk. If you've got a field of other suitably qualified actuaries who might otherwise supply government, how do you avoid the captive supplier giving itself an advantage? But I mean, I think this is the problem: is the economics comes out all the time and starts to crowd out the ability to get solutions in place.
Thanks, Matthew. Kevin, have you got thoughts on this, on the kind of funding being the issue?
Coming off my microphone. I have. Oh, I'm still. No, I'm okay on time.
No, it's good. You're good.
Yeah.
Get back in the room.
Sorry. I do agree with, I think it's Brad, wasn't it, that put the question up?
Yeah.
Funding is an issue. We talked through a couple of very good examples yesterday of where it worked. And if I explain where it worked, then perhaps choose that to focus on a limitation that we found. So we had a couple of really good examples in the UK. We had a service called Check Your State Pension, which is a collaboration between HMRC and the Department of Work and Pensions. And to your point, that budget was held by DWP, and they actually paid for HMRC to do the work. We had another really good example, which was between the Department of Work and Pensions and the Health Service, that addresses payments for people with terminal illness, which is obviously a key concern. And the old paper system was really very inefficient, and they managed to automate this service in a way that Macmillan nurses, who are generally the most prevalent people using the service, could type in information on behalf of a patient, and the patient got paid almost immediately. So big improvement. But in both those examples, the pension example, the teams were co-located in Newcastle, and in the health example, both the teams were co-located in Leeds. And we came to the conclusion that kind of co-location is somewhat essential for cross-departmental collaboration. It wasn't the funding, you could get around the funding, but we never seemed to get around the need to co-locate people. So our bigger obstacle was not funding, but co-location.
Thank you. Paul, I'm going to come for your thoughts on this, because with your well-being approach and how much that forced departments to work together, you must have had these issues around funding streams as well come up, and shifts of funding. So how was that dealt with?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, one of the things that assists is we've also had some public sector reforms which require government departments, what it's intended to do is force them not to act in silos and have chief executives and people in senior positions with each government agency work in accordance with broad principles rather than just their agency's mandate. So that, aligned with wellbeing, puts them in a position where the funding issues, they haven't presented themselves as a major issue because you're just expected to deal with them. The position is that you're pursuing broad principled outcomes that sit across different agencies. So you're expected to be less protective and less territorial about your own budgets and your own funding streams. That's just the expectation. And from my perspective, I'd agree that sort of getting people to share information, to co-locate and work together, breaking that mindset's actually been more of a difficulty than the funding issue, because that's just been sort of taken off the table, and people have been, directed, that's not the argument we need to have. We need to have the argument, or have the discussion around how we're best sharing resources and pursuing common aims rather than getting caught up in funding issues. And so far, fingers crossed, that issue hasn't really been on the table for us.
Be fast. I mean, that what you say, that issue around getting people to be less protective of their funding kind of pot. It would be so fascinating to do lessons learned from how that happens in New Zealand, because that's such a fundamental issue, I think, to driving this type of change. Vesa, do you think in Finland this idea of funding and funding streams between agencies who are expected to collaborate, is that a big issue as well? Is that a difficulty?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes, this is very, very familiar. And I think it comes to mind when there are something like innovative processes where you have to create something new, then you usually have different departments, different ministries, private partnership combined, then it becomes hard. Sometimes it can be bypassed by giving a lot of money to some sort of program, for example, for IE, and then you pick up the things you want to do, or the proof of concepts, or the pilots you want to do. But in larger scale, it's always a problem when you have different parties where you have the finance spread over. I think both Kevin and Paul said, well, there is territorial thinking. We already got our money. We can do what we want with it. And the problem is that sometimes we don't have the shared vision what we are going to do. And I think we should spend more time about thinking about the vision and what we are doing, and then narrowing down what can be done, and just try to do it. And this is also a problem, not just cross-departmental within the government, but when you have the private sector in it. Too often we sort of just make a procurement protocol and ask the private sector to do something for us, but we don't tell what we are trying to achieve in a big picture. And this should be something that we should do. And yes, I think I have at least 2 or 3 projects at the moment that are struggling with this problem of trying to get the finance to every party that needs it and try to get everything working. And it seems that it's even harder now that everybody works remote. We are on a video conference or just trying to communicate via email. We should be able to sit in the same room and just think about it. We are not coming out until we can solve this sort of thing. but those are my thoughts, sorry.
Okay, thanks, Faisal. So Brad, the answer to your question is yes, this is a problem for other countries as well. But there are some examples there, including the ones Kevin gave, of where it can work. We just need to get that right. And obviously in New Zealand as well, where the culture change has actually then led to a change in the way funding is approached. I want to end then. This is probably the last round. The time has flown past, but this is probably, we've got time for one round of thoughts and comments, and I want to end on a positive note. And again, this can pick up on your workshop yesterday and what the official said there, but also on your personal kind of experience. We've talked about the obstacles, so we've talked about cultural obstacles, we've talked about structural obstacles and barriers, and then we talked about the funding issues as well. But I want to talk about maybe what are some of the enablers, what are some of the good examples that maybe you've seen. We've already had some great ones from Kevin and from Paul there as well. But also if there was sort of one thing that you could change that you think would help facilitate innovation, what would that be? So I'm leaving it quite open, just something positive from your point of view to end on. And I'm going to go back to the original order. So Paul, I'm going to ask you to kick off this one.
Sure. Well, probably touch on the example I just gave in the terms of our reform of public sector legislation. What that did was sort of break down, or was intended to break down, the silos that existed by putting in place broad principles that chief executives and heads of ministries were responsible for, intending to sort of not just make collaboration I suppose a goal, but it was legislatively mandated that collaboration and that principled thinking was expected. That said, it's easy to write a piece of legislation and to reflect culture that exists right at the top. If there was one thing that I would take out of it in terms of lessons learned, it's easy for people at chief executive level to sort of talk the talk in terms of complying with the legislation, but what is really needed at that sort of more middle level is creating an environment where risk-taking within an appropriate context and innovation is actually encouraged, because that's where the environment's created. The tone from the top, which everyone always talks about, is really important, but it's that level down, actually creating an environment which means that people aren't just looking for risk-free innovation, innovation as long as nothing goes wrong. So people actually at that level need to reflect both the legislation and what their heads of agencies are saying, and create an environment where the people at an operational level feel actually able to innovate, to take risks and to try things, because otherwise the legislation will look good, it'll read well, and it'll come across well in speeches and departmental pronouncements, but it won't actually translate to work on the ground until that mid-level takes on board the message as well.
Brilliant, thank you. I like that. We've had lots of talk today about leadership from the top. I think you're absolutely right. If it doesn't then go down to that next level down, then it kind of stalls almost before it can have the right impact. Thank you so much. Vaisa, over to you for something very positive to end on.
Thank you. It's always nice to end things positive. But I think for us in Finland, and I think in the workshop we could also say the same thing, that the crisis is the best thing that happens. Then you have to lower your hierarchy and you have to make quick decisions. And this is something that we should try on, probably not have the crisis all the time, but sort of simulate it. And that said, it's sort of safe environment to do things. You don't have to get permission for every little decision you make. This is important. I would say it would probably be the best idea to try to get together as much different people as you can. People should be different from each other. Their skills should be different, and then give them impossible missions, because people are motivated in different ways, and there are some people that actually run towards when somebody says fire. And when you have those people that are willing to put themselves in it and try to risk it all, then you can get results. But you have to give them in a safe environment. You don't fire them every time they fail. So this, I think, would be my lesson from this one.
Thank you so much. I think that whole issue of diversity of workforce and how diversity and innovation work together is really interesting. Could be a whole conference in itself. I don't think we probably spent enough time on that throughout the panels today, so that's really good. Matthew, I'm going to come to you.
Yes, thank you. I think so. Teamwork probably sums it up. I mean, I think the example we had was that finance and the governance is sometimes seen as the enemy of the gatekeeper or the judge on people who are just trying to get something solved. So you know, the procurement team, the commercial team need the help. They need their colleagues to work with them to get the right solution. And clearly that needs to be capable of being inspected, and scrutiny is important, but it's the teamwork that brings it all together, actually, rather than an adversarial relationship, which, you know, frankly doesn't work very well.
And do you think there are any great examples that you know of kind of in the UK at the moment, or anything that you've seen during the pandemic?
Well, I mean, I've been lucky to have a portfolio of a career, public and private sector, and where I've seen this work really well is where, sitting on a board in a non-exec capacity, we can give discretion to a strategic investment fund, to be a good example, where the leadership, the people on the ground to do the work, know that they've got the challenge and the support to take the risks and yield benefit, and that's a very commercial approach. I think certainly in the workshop yesterday, people who'd seen their support and their kind of business-minded colleagues work with them to achieve things better. That's a kind of good model. So it's about having a supportive and challenging governance arrangement from the top, but the teamwork, to get on and solve problems together. That certainly came out in our workshop as well as my experience.
So that real sense of a collaborative team where people feel safe enough to try maybe new things and not feel safe to fail. Thank you. Kevin, I'm going to come to you, which will probably be the last comments on this as well. So you've already given some great examples, but I'm going to ask you for even more. What do you think are, kind of the biggest things that could be done, enablers to kind of help facilitate innovation in this space?
Yeah, so I guess I'll give you 7 tips, not just one, if that's okay, Siobhan.
Wow, yeah, definitely.
Why there's 7. So I guess for people not based here in the UK and not familiar with a benefit system called Universal Credit, about 7 or 8 years ago, I was asked to help redesign Universal Credit using digital and agile. And just to give you some perspective on Universal Credit, it's the biggest welfare reform of the century. We've never done anything like this in government before. We combined 6 benefits. Those benefits pay out about £60 billion annually. There are at any point about 1 million people claiming unemployment in the UK, slightly more at the moment. And we employ about 55,000 staff. So we had to design a system to do that digitally and in an agile way. And truth is, we've done it, and it's been very successful during the pandemic. But what we found was the most common mistake people make when they try and do these sorts of things is they set off too early without getting all their ducks in a row, all their eggs aligned, etc. So we wrote a book called The 7 Lenses of Transformation. I think Andrew's going to post it. And it's a kind of beginner's guide to what you need to think about on any of these major transformations. And it comprises 7 lenses, 7 perspectives, One is you need to get the vision right. If you can't explain what you're trying to do, there's no point know how to follow. 2, you need to get the design right. 3, you need to have a plan. 4, we've touched on all these things, but you need to have transformational leadership, people that really understand how to do these things. Number 5, we explicitly called out collaboration as a key element and psychology within the program. And then finally, you need accountability. You need to know who's accountable for what. And finally, of course, with all great challenges, you need the right people. And if people haven't read the UK's book on how to do transformation, I would suggest you follow the link, have a look. It's gold, really. It helps you avoid all the common mistakes that we talk about time and time again. And actually nowadays in UK government, we don't make quite so frequently as we used to.
Thank you. So I think the link will be available there. I think if people want to follow that. And already of the 7 tips you mentioned there, so many of those came up in our panel discussion now, in panel discussions earlier today. So setting a clear vision, leadership, collaboration, all of those things. I want to say a huge thank you to our panel members. Thank you so much, real expertise in the room. Thank you for giving us your time. Thank you to everybody who was watching that panel as well. We're going to take a short break now, but I will be back very soon after that with, I think, what is the final panel of the day. So goodbye for now, but I will see you again very soon. And a big thanks to all our panel members. Thank you so much. I think we are live now, and I apologize for any of the gremlins that were in the system. It's the first time today that we have had those technical difficulties. So thank you so much for bearing with us. I'm afraid that does happen with an event of this scale, and it's 2020, so we can expect anything. I am going to quickly introduce our panel members so we can make up some time. And today's panel is all about leading innovation, the importance of having leaders that will help facilitate innovation, that will allow their space the time that they need to try new things, to not be afraid that some of those things might fail as well. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our fantastic panel. We have 4 great panelists here today. We have Sung-Ju Park, who's the Deputy Director of the Digital Government Cooperation Division in the Republic of Korea. She's co-chair with EY yesterday of a workshop for program and project management professionals. So it will be interesting to get their take on what innovative leadership looks like. Next, we have Oliver Jones, who's Global Government and Public Sector Strategy Leader and Partner, Strategic Business Group in EY, and Oliver chaired yesterday a workshop that was for policy, operational delivery, and research professionals. Then we have Magnus Enzel, who's Senior Advisor from the Department for Digital Government, Ministry of Infrastructure, joining us from deepest, darkest Sweden today, who was co-chair with EY of a workshop for officials working in workforce, workplace, and property areas. Last but not least, we have Susan Ackland-Hood, who is Acting Permanent Secretary, Department for Education in the United Kingdom. And Susan yesterday chaired the workshop on staff engagement, communications, and change management, so for officials working in those areas. So we'll get their take on what innovative leadership looks like. This is the 3rd time we are launching into our questions, so hopefully, fingers crossed, this will all go swimmingly from now on. Sung-Ju, I'm going to come to you again. You must know this off by heart now, but I'm going to ask you, what does an innovative leader look like in program and project management?
Thank you. Hopefully everyone can hear me now. Well, these things happen. And so what I found in innovative leader looks like in program and project management are they know how to make the most of what they have and then always trying to find a better solution to improve services. And so they're skilled with different backgrounds, but they still have drive to expand their knowledge and enhance skills. And they're also open to learning from others. I like to introduce a case of my colleague within our ministry. So normally the Korean government's tendency is to build a new system when we are launching a service. However, the pandemic kind of forced us to move quickly to deliver the relief fund to our citizens. And then we didn't have enough time to go through the lengthy procurement process and then build another dying system that can withstand heavy traffic. So my colleague suggested that we work with credit card companies by simply creating a link to share necessary data between the government and the credit card companies so that we can deliver the funds to our citizens. So result, deliver relief funds to 99.1% of the population within a month. And he has all the skills that I mentioned in the beginning to be an innovative leader. One thing that I wanted to add was even with his idea, if he didn't have environment to realize his ideas or backup from the leadership, we wouldn't have seen his innovation. So it's not only the innovative leader that can lead innovation within the government. They need to have a right environment and then right support from the leadership.
Right.
And one of the challenges that was discussed during the last yesterday's workshop were a lot of civil servants think that the most major difficulty is organization silos, followed by lack of skills, data privacy issues, lack of leadership, and narrow focus implementation when it comes to driving innovation in program and then project management.
Great. Thank you so much. We'll pick up on quite a lot of those issues when we get into our discussion, but I think definitely the issue of COVID having forced innovation is something that's been coming up throughout the day. And the idea of an innovative leader being somebody who welcomes ideas as well and is constantly looking to improve. Oliver, I'm going to come to you now and I'm going to ask a similar question. So that is kind of, how could innovation in policy, research and operational delivery generate benefits, and what does a good leader look like in that sort of respect?
Thanks very much, Siobhan, and hi everybody in the audience. It's great to be here today. One of the really big themes coming out of our breakout session was that innovation is a mechanism for identifying and addressing current policy and operational problems. And that sounds really obvious, but I think the crucial nuance is that it's real world and it's today's problems. Innovation is not about solving problems in 5 or 10 years' time. It's about solving the problems that are facing us today. And so when we think about sort of defining a leader in that situation, well, particularly in the policy and kind of development space, is that they are working on today's problems. They're not off in a separate group. They're at the coalface of sorting out society's biggest problems today. So that's sort of the big headline, and let me just add a couple of extra points. The second point about these leaders is that there are lots of them, particularly over the last year. You mentioned briefly there in your intro to me around the COVID and its impact, and we actually did a poll of participants, and we asked them a sort of before and after question about how innovative government had been. And when we asked about how innovative governments were before COVID, there were various answers, and one was highly, and that got 0%, and even moderately only got 16%. And then we asked them for their view post-COVID, and I'll just look at the stats. 16% said that governments were highly innovative, and 72% said that they were moderately innovative. So our audience definitely felt that there were lots of leaders out there producing lots of innovation over the last year or so. There's lots of leaders out there who can do this stuff. It's not that rare, particularly when the conditions allow. So leaders are working on real problems today. There are lots of them because they've just proved it over the last year. They're also diverse. We looked at a case study which had nothing to do with AI or high tech or big data or any of the things you often associate with innovation. And in fact, it was an Indian case study about getting more females into the workforce and therefore delivering a huge number of economic, but also health, educational, and benefits, and greatly reducing domestic violence. And it wasn't perhaps a classic innovation space yet. The policy process and the research process that led up to it had been highly innovative. And so our leaders are diverse. They're not just AI specialists. They're not just tech specialists. Incredibly valuable, both those people are. And then the very last point that our leaders are is that they're effective. So again, the group was very clear that innovation should be subject to the same rules as everyone else, which is it actually working? Is there evidence that it's working on the ground and getting real results as well? So very briefly, that was our view on leaders.
Fantastic, thank you. I like that. I haven't heard it put that way, that actually innovation is today. It's happening today. It's quite urgent because sometimes there's a kind of concept that it's something that can be done over a long period of time. And it's so crucial that we keep mentioning diversity because all the evidence shows that we get better results, whether it's an innovation or delivery or anything, in terms of delivering services that work for everybody when we have that more diverse workforce and leadership. Magnus, I'm going to come to you next. So what did an innovative leader look like for the officials in your workshop yesterday?
Yes, we had, thank you for being here, by the way. And we had a fantastic discussion. We talked about lots of different themes. What came back consistently was that an innovative leader needs to be able to handle cross-functional discussions. This is tricky in a stovepipe administration that we all live in, of course, but it's sort of a necessary criteria to be able to force people into a discussion that is cross stovepipe, be able to bring that knowledge back into where you are going to face your challenges. One note on that was that also I took this as being part of the UK environment, that a lot of that basic education for civil servants was outsourced, and that was sort of taken as maybe it's time to bring that home, in terms of that innovation in the public sector does have its very specific criteria or to work within, and that means there's a special knowledge that needs to be brought out in the public sector. You can't say it's the same thing outside or inside the public sector, the innovation part. We talked also about the project leadership is sort of a model in that sense, because project managers sort of move in and out of different sectors, and they sort of build that specific competence up during the years. Another reflection was that you need to be able to handle the digital transformation. COVID has made this very obvious, with just the workplace being blown apart. How do you handle that? And part of that is not the technical competence. It's rather a change management, but specifically sort of a data analytical question. How do you handle these new types of data sources that comes in, and how do you recruit the people that can handle this new type of knowledge flow? How can you make them stay in a healthy culture, still providing that innovative impetus that they can give, but at the same time provide sort of the strict framework within which they have to work when they're in the public sector. So that's a couple of points from my workshop.
Thank you, fantastic. I really like that sense of having to have the ability to work across, to have those conversations across departments, across different professions and functions. But really nice the way you put it there as well, that we need to, in civil services, recruit and retain the best people. But in so doing, bringing them in from different sectors, they also have to recognise and be able to work within the very unique setting of the public sector. And that always hasn't in the past necessarily been done in the most effective way, I think. Thank you so much. Susan, I'm going to come to you for your thoughts as well, based on the workshop you had yesterday with staff who work in staff engagement and communication. So what did they feel like an innovative leader would look like, and the benefits of having that?
Siobhan, thank you very much indeed. And I'd like to thank everyone who took part in the workshop yesterday. It was actually staff from all professions talking about what had worked for them on engagement and communications. And I think the first rather simple takeaway was that a good leader can't communicate too much. So lots of people talked about moments when they felt as though leadership thought they were communicating, but staff didn't feel communicated with, and certainly didn't feel heard. And that was the second point, which was that good quality communication is genuinely two-way. And that led us, as we took into the second part of the workshop about how we might do this differently in the future, to a conversation about the extent to which a lot of the traditional models for engagement, we looked at the Cotter model, which is a reasonably well-known model for engagement around change programs, assume that you're doing a large top-down organizational change program and that you're communicating out to the organization. And we talked a lot about how in lots of the work that we're doing, actually what you want to do is generate an environment in which there's lots of insurgent change going on all over the place. And indeed, the communication is much more distributed. And that took us into a set of conversations about understanding what kind of change you're trying to lead. So sometimes I talked a bit about my experience in the Her Majesty's Courts and Tribunal Service in the UK, which is the job I had immediately before this one, where we were leading a large transformation programme, which was really about putting in place not just the digital, but some of the process changes that were going to get us to a place where we could give more permission and more ability for staff to make change. And there was a combination there of some top-down change, which we needed to communicate and engage staff with, which we did through a very large programme called One Conversation, local line manager-led change discussions, but also how you start to want to show and grow what you want to see, which is much more bottom-up, much more organic, much more rapid cycle change and improvement. We also had a really good set of conversations about some of the themes that have come through other people's contributions here already around permission, space to innovate, and risk. And we talked a bit about how you can manage risk in environments where the stakes are high. And I think one of the challenges of leading in the public service is that it's actually right in many of the businesses we're in that tolerance of failure is low. So, you know, I ran the courts, and our tolerance of ending up with, you know, a miscarriage of justice is and should be fundamentally really low. But how do we make sure we're not applying the same risk appetite to those very high stakes activities to everything we do? There's a risk that we become kind of infected by a low risk appetite compliance culture, even across parts of our business where actually we could be much freer. And we talked a bit about making sure people have got really clearly identified spaces to innovate in, where we give active permission, because otherwise the risk is that people apply a much more cautious frame to other things they're doing. And my final reflection would be that in some ways, I think that's what COVID and the pandemic have done. They've given people permission in a very active way to move faster, to take more risk, and to do more than they would normally do, because people can see that the alternative is not acceptable. And so we had a really rich discussion, I think, that actually went beyond communications and staff engagement into that really interesting area of how you can build a much more bottom-up innovative culture, and how you can tackle some of the barriers that might get in the way of creating that.
Well, we can pick up on that last point now in the discussion that we have, but that's such a good way of putting it, where you say there are so many things that the public sector does where we don't want failure, where we can't afford to have failure, but actually, if we can't then chunk up different bits of a project or program and allow kind of different ways of doing things, different risk approaches in other areas, then we're kind of missing a trick there. So thank you for those responses to the very first question. I think what I'm going to do, because we've only got about 15, 20 minutes left here, so I'm going to pose a couple of questions together and ask for your thoughts on these. And you've already touched on some of these. You've already given some examples of maybe barriers that are there, and maybe some good things that are coming out, potentially, you know, possibly looking from COVID and what that's kind of exposed in terms of how you can innovate if you absolutely need to. But I'm going to ask you then, in terms of all of the barriers, the constraints, the obstacles that are still in the way for innovation, whether that's in terms of leadership or just innovation in generally, as you were talking about there, Susan, what do you think are the most stubborn obstacles that still exist? And then, because we have limited time, I'm also going to ask you to think about, are there any brilliant examples that you can think about of where those obstacles are now being overcome? With some really good examples of things that are happening, and that could be COVID related or anything else that you know about that's going on in your country or your department or your organisation. Let's mix up the order a little bit. Oliver, I'm going to come to you to kick off this one.
Thank you. I'm busy trying to think of the brilliant example whilst I speak, but let me answer the first bit of your question first. Look, it's interesting. Our conversation, it talked about things that others have already mentioned a bit. In places, a culture of being risk averse. In places, having senior leadership, whether that's ministers or senior officials, whatever construct is in different countries, being sort of on the one hand super risk averse, but on the other hand liking to take risks, but then deflecting the blame, those kind of things. People talks about innovation often being used as a bit of a shorthand for cost control and cost cutting, and having to lead to cost cutting immediately, and often innovation not being about cost cutting, but being about better services all round rather than necessarily cheaper services, but also perhaps having a 3 or 4 year payoff. So these are fairly traditional things, but let me talk about a couple of things maybe less traditional. I think firstly, there was a general sense that maybe the sort of the question isn't quite right, that actually there aren't necessarily loads of barriers to innovation. It's more of a cultural thing, and we can argue culture is a barrier too, but in terms of really hard-edged barriers, there aren't perhaps as many as people think. And then the second thing that our group definitely talked about a lot, and I mentioned this in my first answer really, was about inclusivity and sort of seeing everyone as an innovator. So avoiding a pitfall where we said, oh, well, we've got 4% of my organization is the innovators and everyone else is sort of business as usual or doing something else. But trying to say, well, actually 100% of my organization is in the innovation space, and therefore sort of challenging everyone to make it their job to be innovating the whole time and making it much more sort of inclusive and democratic in that space. And I suppose that really goes to the culture point that I mentioned, more than attacking kind of hard barriers to innovation. So that was my sort of comments on the kind of barriers, hard and soft, I suppose. You put us on the spot with asking us for a case study. Why don't I use the case study that we presented yesterday? I mentioned it briefly, and what was interesting about it, so it started off, the exam question was really, how can you promote economic development in a particular state in India? And there were a couple of features about the project that were fascinating and were innovative. Perhaps they shouldn't have been innovative, but they were. The first one was the team completely recut the question and made sure they understood what the real problem was. And the real problem was, in fact, employment and, in a sense, per capita income that actually went to the people involved rather than went outside the state. And so what the surface was a sort of exam question that could have been answered by some sort of high-tech manufacturing capability was the wrong question. And it was a question that needed to employ large numbers of people. And in particular, they wanted economic growth that employed half the workforce, either female half of the workforce. So I think being really careful about defining the actual question and the actual outcomes that you want was the really innovative thing. And the second thing was high levels of consultation with those individuals that you're trying to target, in this case, females not in the workforce in this particular state, and coming up with radically different answers and not the answers you thought you were going to come up with. In this case, things like provision of dormitories and pension type arrangements, rather than perhaps the classic R&D tax credits and other things that you hear about in glossy magazines. So the two innovations in that case, just to recap, were one, very careful sort of problem definition, and secondly, being very open through consultation to completely different solutions than those that you sort of started off with in the back of your mind.
Thank you. I mean, they sound really simple things, but they are such important things, and things that, thinking back on policies that I've worked on, don't always happen that way. Just to say, we are going to extend our time by a little bit, so we're going to add on a bit of time at the end. So you do have a bit more time to think about some good practice examples as well. So if there are any more that you want to throw in, Oliver, at the end, I'm quite happy to come back to you. But I think we're going to run to about 4:50. So I want to come to, and also a reminder to people who are watching, you do still have time to submit some questions if you want to, that means. Magnus, I'm going to come to you then to talk about, what do you think are those really stubborn kind of obstacles to innovation, to leaders in innovation, and also where do you think good things are happening, some examples of things that are going well?
Yes, we had an interesting discussion. I can start with a good example. It was actually a medtech company that came to a hospital. This is a true story, but it's sort of anecdotal. And they came up with this solution that would really free up resources in that hospital. The doctor that listened to the presentation said, okay, I hear what you say, but which nurse do you think I should fire in able to free up their resources to implement your solution? So it's an example of sort of 30 years of public management focus on productivity, which has led to that many organizations are so anaerobic today. So there's no financial space or resource space to innovate. And this is kind of a hard obstacle for innovation, because we need to change our thinking on how we finance the public sector, and how can we find room for public sector venture capitals, find space for that. So that was a really interesting discussion. Didn't come up with an answer though. Second one was also sort of the reverse side of that coin is the expectation from media and the citizens that, oh, you should not spend any tax money for anything than you have to. So taking risk or being innovative is wasting tax money. So the whole surrounding society, including media, is expecting to be as productive as possible and not to be innovative. So that culture really needs to change. The media needs to see that, oh, we have to take risk to risk the tax money in order to do better. And a third part of that, it was sort of connected, that discussion is the culture inside the public sector, because we're sort of living in a world where we've done, okay, we've built a modern welfare state, here we are now, we're just gonna take care of it, you know, while the rest of the world around us is just zooming by, and we've sort of lost touch with the fact that innovation is part of the civil servant DNA. We invented the state, and we have to continue reinvent it each day. So how can we build a culture where we see change as everyday activity? So it was a fun discussion, but you know, I can't come up with any good answers. I do have, though, a good example. And it's actually a Swedish initiative that's been running for about 10 years now, more maybe even 15. It's called a Zero Vision. It's a traffic sort of mission type of project that says we should have no casualties in traffic. And that is a collaboration between public sector and the private sector in order to innovate from that political vision. I think it's a good example where politics can sort of do moonshots to set up, this is where we want to go, now go innovate. And that provides an incentive for both private and public sector to come together in order to solve that challenge. So I think that's a very interesting example how you can use missions to drive and build incentives for innovation. Thanks.
Thank you. The issue of having a clear vision came up surprisingly for me in several of the panel sessions that we had this morning. So I think that's really important, that without a clear vision, it's hard for people to buy in to that kind of need for innovation as well. And some really tricky issues there, which I'm going to be mean and ask Susan about in a minute. So this idea of kind of, it's, you know, it's easy enough to say that we want people to not be afraid of failure, but when you have a media and a public who really want to make sure that taxpayer money is being spent wisely, then that's much easier said than done to kind of have that culture shift. So Susan, if you have any thoughts on those tricky issues that Magnus raised, it would be great to hear. But also I just want your thoughts from your workshop and your experience of what do you think those really stubborn barriers are? And also your chance to give some great examples of innovation that's happening in the UK.
Thanks very much indeed. So I think that reflection on you know, are there really barriers, or is a lot of it about culture, is a good reflection. And I think sometimes we're kind of acutely conscious of the things that make things hard to do, rather than kind of you know, again, it's another form of permission giving. We need to give ourselves permission and recognise our own agency and capability in this, because I think sometimes barriers are used as an excuse for not getting on with things. Having said that, I really recognise Magnus's point about some public sector organisations that have got so slender that the kind of space for any kind of growth or innovation has been kind of stripped away as waste, and it's really difficult to kind of carve out the space to do the thinking. And I mean, I certainly encountered, particularly in the early years of HMCTS reform, that mindset that said kind of, why are you wasting all this money on a change programme why don't you fix the following things about the way the organisation isn't working at the moment? And we had to work really hard to explain, well, I can't sustainably fix those things unless we do this change program, because that's going to give me the capability to mean that, we can, I know it sounds simple to you to say people in courts should pick up the phone, but actually at the moment, every court in the country is running off an office type phone system. That means we can't even see how many people are queuing. We don't even know how many calls we've missed. And so there's a piece of investment that's needed to get us to the place where we even know what the problem is, let alone can solve it. And it sounds daft, but sometimes there are some things that are just kind of basics that you have to be able to invest in moving beyond. Come on to the hard questions in a minute, just in terms of picking a couple of examples. I mean, I've got a nice one from the court system, which is a bit of sort of, sometimes if you've got the right things in place, you can find your moment to make change, which is something I kind of passionately believe in. So sometimes it's all about having a massive plan. Sometimes it's about having the ingredients and being able to find the kind of political, emotional, cultural moment that allows the change to happen. So we've been doing a lot of work as part of court reform about how we could use video technology more effectively in court. We used it already a fair amount in the criminal system, but much less in the civil, family and tribunal system. And we've just begun a small piece of work with the Special Educational Needs and Disability Tribunal to give them some video technology. And we had judges who were quite cautious about it, who wanted to take it very, very, very slowly and carefully. We had put some technology in and given the ability. And when the pandemic hit, that meant that we were in a place where they could suddenly see a reason to use it and could switch it on really, really quickly. And it addressed a whole series of challenges we have in those tribunals. So typically for a family with a severely disabled child coming to a tribunal, we don't have SEN and disability tribunals kind of absolutely everywhere across the country, so you're typically having to travel a bit. It's quite complicated if you're a family in that situation. We also quite often run them out of other court buildings, so we have to move the tribunal panel, which is a tribunal judge. Also, we'll have a special educational needs expert as well. We've got to get them all together in the place. We've got to make sure we've got the room. And lots of those people are doing other jobs as well, so you also have to manage yourself around their time. Now, flipping the tribunals to work on video solved a whole series of problems for parents, for the judges, for us in finding the resource. And we sort of half knew that was going to happen, but we hadn't managed to find the cultural key to unlock enough use to prove that it was going to work. So we were still dabbling around in the one here and there, which didn't quite give us enough scale. And COVID suddenly gave us every special educational needs and disability tribunal in the first lockdown period went virtual. And we actually managed not just to keep up with the same number that we normally do, but to slightly exceed the number we normally do. And we then found we were being heavily lobbied by parents never to turn these tribunals physical again. And it was a really interesting example of, sometimes you have your ducks lined up and what you need is the moment to
our citizens involved so that they know how government is trying to innovate. This platform, this expo has been great in providing permission to other government agencies to innovate freely. And by championing failures at those expos, that we are trying to learn from our failures and give them second chance to experiment, do experiments again without being afraid to fail and business hacks. And also through this expos, we are promoting collaboration among agencies. So for example, one of the metropolitan city called Daejeon in Korea, they started AI-based smart mirror service for people using sign language so they can access government digital service in a natural language. It's their innovative case, but many of different regional governments and even central governments are looking into taking those innovation into their own agencies, which should help them save time and reduce budget. Yeah, those are some of the good examples that I would like to share with you today to overcome those barriers mentioned earlier.
So I love the idea of the expo and bringing people together. So both in terms of giving them permission to do things, but also just physically fostering collaboration as well, which is a really nice final example to end on. So before we wrap up this session, very quickly, I'm going to come to each of our panel members in turn. The issue of COVID and how it's kind of forced innovation and forced better collaboration and new ways of working has repeatedly come up throughout this event over the last 2 days. I just want to ask you very simply, have you got hope that in future we are going to have more innovative leaders, either building on what we've learned through the pandemic or other things that are already going on? And Susan, I'm going to come to you first.
Thanks very much indeed. Yes, I'm very. Napoleon said, leaders are dealers in hope. And I think that's a really nice idea, that we're here to give hope to others and to make sure that we unleash their talent. Robert Jarvik rather less poetically said, leaders are visionaries with a poorly developed sense of fear and no concept of the odds against them. But I love that. Descriptions of leadership that help us think about what it means to innovate. And I think we will see lots more innovation in some sense. And by the way, I'm not sure it's more. I think Magnus really powerfully reminded us we've always been innovators and we just have to keep hold of that heritage and keep going.
Love that. Love that. Keep hold of that heritage. I really like that. Oliver, over to you. Do you think we have hope for more innovative leaders in future?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I mean, I think COVID, as you said, has proven that the public service can definitely innovate at speed, and it's proven to sort of public service stakeholders in terms of both ministers and the general public. I think the one thing I would say is that it will be easy to go back to normal post-COVID, and in so many ways we are all looking forward to that normality. But it'd be really important to sort of keep hold of the innovative practices that we've all demonstrated over the last 9 months ago, not let those drift back. So we have to do this now, as with luck, COVID recedes, and really sort of capture that spirit of innovation and make it something that's really permanent.
Brilliant, thank you, Oliver. Sungju, over to you. Do you think there's hope for even more innovative leaders in future?
I think as governments can take this crisis and turn it into an opportunity, and then create more innovation-friendly environment for our civil servants and then leaders to drive innovation within government. And I have seen changes in mindsets of my colleagues and other government leaders. And also we are considering innovation approach when we are talking about government digital service, which was not on anyone's mind before in Korea, before the pandemic. So these changes are positive signs that in the future, we will have more innovative leaders within government. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Magnus, I'm going to come to you for the final word. I hope you say yes as well to leave us on a positive note. I think you might be on mute, Magnus. So you need to unmute. No, hopefully we're not going to be stumped by technology again at the end.
Yes, can you hear me
There
now?
we go. You're back in the room, yes.
Thank you. It's my microphone that switches off. I was just saying that, yes, I'm optimistic because necessity is the mother of all invention. And it's so clear that we're facing all these challenges and we need to take them head on somehow. But, you know, it's what we need to do as public servants. We need to reinvent ourselves. But beyond that, I think we have to strike up a conversation on what we mean by building a post-bureaucratic state. What will it look like? What's our vision? What is the next level of government? And we need to frame images and metaphors for that, so we have some kind of common direction to work in. And I think beyond that, we need to also invite journalists, media, to participate in innovative projects so they understand how darn difficult it is. and so they get a sense of the conditions within which we work. And I think that could generate some kind of sense of hope, I think, also within the culture that we need to do this together, not just being passive bystanders or critical bystanders. They're part of the picture too. All right.
Thank you so much. That's a real positive, but also a bit of a challenge there to civil servants, that we have to reinvent ourselves and remember that heritage, that innovative heritage that we have. Thank you so much to all of our panel members. Thank you to all of you for sticking through those technical issues that we had, and to everybody that was watching. I think we had a fantastic discussion there for the final panel of the day. So thank you so much. I'm going to say goodbye to our panel members now before I give some closing remarks for the event. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, so it just comes to me now to bring Innovation 2020 to a close. And I want to start by saying, on a personal note, really, what an absolute pleasure it has been to be part of this event over the last couple of days. Especially today, I've been part of fantastic discussions in 5 panel sessions. So we looked at skills and tools, at data sharing, at new technology, governance and finance, and finally their innovative leadership. And just a couple of things, reflections from me on the common themes that emerged throughout those discussions is how much we have learned from this pandemic. I mean, it's an awful situation to be in, but it really has forced government, civil services to work in much more innovative ways. And so many people were saying today how they hope that those lessons wouldn't be learned, but we would actually capture some of that as a positive legacy going forward. And then I think there were 3 real things that struck me. And that was, they were all framed by actually the biggest barriers that people mentioned weren't actually structural barriers. They weren't actually things around departmental silos or funding, as tough as those are. They were more about those cultural barriers and the need for people to change their mindset and to approach innovation in a different way. And in particular, the importance of leadership, which we've just heard about in that final session. So not just from the very top down, but also kind of more at the middle management level, having leaders that permit people to try things and permit people to fail. That was really important. The need to set a vision, a clear vision for what governments and civil services are trying to do, so that the public and partners and all agencies and departments buy into that. And that can also help alleviate some of the distrust maybe that the public have in some of the things that we really need to do more of, like data sharing. So that was really important. And then finally, the crucial thing, how much collaboration is key to all of this. And that's what's so great about events like this, that it's all about coming together, sharing best practice, working across different agencies, different departments, different countries and different professions. And if we can crack that, then we really could get better at innovation. I would like to thank all of the speakers that we've had over the last 2 days, all of the brilliant workshop chairs who brought all of those threads together, and all of you who have participated and engaged over the past 2 days. And we are extremely grateful to our partner, the UK Civil Service and the Cabinet Office, and to our brilliant knowledge partners as well, to EY, to Google Cloud, to Workday and Huawei. As headline knowledge partner, we are deeply indebted for the continued input and guidance and support from EY and their expert team. And I would also like to add a personal thanks to me, to Sue, Kevin, Maxine and Max from Global Government Forum, who were there behind the scenes making all of this happen. Now, I don't need to tell you that 2020 has been an extremely challenging year. Not in our lifetime have governments across the world faced the same threat, all these different threats at exactly the same time. And it's this shared awful challenge that makes our world a smaller place and cements the need for governments around the globe to work together and share experiences, learning, and ideas. And as we've just heard in all of those sessions, and especially in that final session, it's through collaboration and by stimulating innovation, both nationally and internationally, that we can face these challenges together and develop faster, better outcomes for our citizens. Thank you to all of you who are watching here today for what you do. As civil servants, you make the world a better place. I look forward to Innovation 2021, where I hope that we can safely meet face to face and to further these discussions and to build stronger links around the world. Thank you, everybody, and good evening.